Let's go live, baby. You are live. Welcome to the live chat, everybody. You are live. Welcome to the live chat. Double tap, hit the like button. Welcome to the live chat. Welcome to the Perfect Timing Podcast. Remember to guard your privacy and abide by our community guidelines. How's everybody doing? We got another mega MAGA Monday, you guys. Another mega MAGA Monday. We in the building. Perfect Timing Podcast in the building, you guys. Another mega, and the mega MAGA Monday merch is on the way, y'all. The mega MAGA Monday merch is on the way. Don't you worry about it. Don't you worry your blessed little heart. Come on in, man. Come on in. Baby, baby, come on. Baby, baby, come on. Baby, baby, come on. Yes, yes, yes. Another mega MAGA Monday. Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. 2026, we in the mix. 2026, let's go. Let's go. An election year, and we on our way to 2028. I've been seeing JD Vance so much. I'm so proud. I've been seeing JD Vance every time I turn around. I'm seeing JD Vance being poised in position. Y'all wonder why you're seeing Gavin Newsom in Davos. This is the showdown for the hold down. I said ICE showdown for the hold down, and it's going down right now on Perfect Timing Podcast Town. Perfect Timing Podcast Town got the ICE showdown for the hold down. You're seeing Gavin Newsom in Davos. You're seeing JD Vance getting presidential, doing this speaking. And yes, he has fumbled a couple times, but get it out now, JD, baby, because it's 2028 on the way. 2028 on the way. Perfect Timing Podcast is back with the blast for 2026 in the mix, an election year, and we caught the sticks. Man, we caught the sticks all last year, man. Hey, so many people are catching up to us, man. Check this out. I'm so excited to be here, man. If y'all can't tell, I'm so excited. I'm so happy to be here, man. Remember, man, you made it, man. You made it to the live broadcast, man. Remember to guard your privacy and to protect your privacy and to abide by community guidelines, man. Let's see some love and unity in the chat. Man, we know we need it in America right now. Spread some love and unity in the chat. We've been divided for too long. Let's come together. Everybody, man. Kumbaya. You know what I'm saying? Hit the double tap, man. Yeah, man. Perfect Timing Podcast, man. I haven't seen y'all in a couple days, man. So I'm fired up, ready to go. I know you fired up on a mega Monday. Y'all know he was coming in hot. Y'all know he was coming in hot on a mega Monday, man. It's so much to discuss. It's so much to reveal. It's so much that's been revealed, man. Cuomo is catching up to the podcast, man. I got senators, man, mimicking my every word, man. I said I got senators mimicking my every word. We got a brand new ICE shooting, and then we're going to break down the footage. Y'all know we're going to go to Minnesota, Minneapolis, and break down the ICE shooting and break down the footage. Over the weekend, there was another shooting. Rest in peace to the person, I think his name was Andrew, passed away. He was a nurse. And, you know, you guys, I worked in healthcare most of my adult life. So a male nurse is a special thing. We're going to start the podcast off with that. A male nurse is a special thing, but you know, a lot of information is coming out about the fact that the person was armed. And you know what I said? I was right. I was right. I was right in the chat. Now, when Renee Good was unalive, I broke down Minnesota ICE-Walz, right? I went into the details of Minnesota ICE-Walz. I said tag Nick Shirley. You guys can still tag Nick Shirley today. Go ahead and tag him. I said we need to go discover what is going on with the radicalization of these individuals. So I broke down Minnesota ICE-Walz. I told everybody that Becca Good had radicalized Renee Good at a school in Minnesota, a school for a 6-year-old where they learned about Minnesota ICE-Walz. And just like, is his name Andrew? Let's make sure I say his name correctly. Let me make sure I say his name correctly. I want to be respectful this morning. This is not that type of podcast. We're adults. We're going to talk about this from an adult perspective. But it's funny how today now ICE-Walz is the topic, and now people are. Trump has deployed Tom Homan in Minnesota, and really what they want to do is focus what I said me and Nick Shirley could have focused on is these ICE-Walz programs that have radicalized intent. So now what we have, so you guys maybe you guys saw the video over the weekend, right? But now with Alex Pretti, thank you for that, you guys. Alex Pretti is his name. Rest in peace, man. God rest his soul. So you saw the video over the weekend. We're going to break down the video footage. I know you guys want to talk about and discuss whether or not who's at fault and this and that. But we also are going to discuss the fact that when I talked about Renee Good, when we talked about days before the incident with Renee Good, she was on a Zoom call. Days before the incident with Renee Good, she was on a Zoom call where she had been trained. Now, one of the things that hasn't been discussed, the same thing's going to come out about Alex that we're going to discuss today. Renee was part of a Minnesota ICE-Walz protest. She had become radicalized at a school in Minneapolis, and then she was on a Zoom call where she received training on how to block and how to stop blockades with her car. And I read to you the pamphlet that said use white bodies, put white bodies in front of federal agents. And I read to you the pamphlet where it instructed people that to actually assault federal officers. Minnesota ICE-Walz is training individuals. And I broke the story. I broke the story. A lot of things have been said on my pod. We talked about Stephen A. Smith. We're going to go to a senator who's been repeating my content. But one of the stories that I broke was about Minnesota ICE-Walz and their training. It's becoming relevant with Alex because now people are saying he's a nurse. Why was he there? Why was he armed? Well, what we're finding out from signal messages, shout out to Pete Hegseth, Department of War, Pete Heggie, baby. What we're finding out, it was an organized attack. And what we're finding out that they outnumber the agents. A lot of people are not telling you what's going on the ground on Minneapolis, but these ICE-Walz groups outnumber the agents. They are coordinating on these back channel secret messenger apps, right? Reminiscent of the last, like these things are dangerous. If you guys don't recall, the person, is it Tyler Robinson, who was responsible for Charlie Kirk? He used these same type of back chats that disappeared. The person who shot the ICE agent in Dallas used these same type of back chats that disappeared. Now we understand Minnesota ICE-Walz is organizing on these back chats, and they told Alex to go to this location, and they set up. So what was happening is what we talked about on this podcast. ICE has a targeted person that they want to arrest, right? ICE has a targeted person that they want to arrest. The reports is the person had a warrant for his arrest. There's photo of the person who had warrants for his arrest. So ICE is setting up, right? ICE is setting up to arrest the person who has warrants for his arrest, right? And then Minnesota ICE-Walz sees what's going on, and then they coordinate via these back channels. This is the same thing that happened with Renee Good. Does everybody understand what we're talking about this morning? We're talking about the brand new ICE shooting and how it's all related. And now how this morning, finally, the rest of the media is catching up with the independent media on YouTube. Thank you, YouTube. Thank you to the chat. Double tap, hit the like button. You're watching the #1 podcast for geopolitical debate. If you've made it here, thank you. I'll ask a big favor. Hit the like button. We're discussing Minnesota ICE-Walz and the relevancy now that is coming out about the shooting that took place over the weekend, right? The biggest story about what took place over the weekend is these signal messages and how this was a coordinated attack by Minnesota ICE-Walz. But this was the same thing that happened with Renee Good. I had to be honest that I was the one who broke the story about and I haven't seen many people until today go into the details of Minnesota ICE-Walz and how and Minnesota ICE-Walz and their trainings and how their trainings have led to multiple deaths. And I love that Tom Homan has been deployed there, but somebody, anybody, everybody, y'all got to tell them about my reporting and what actually I have reported. So let's show the person who was we got a lot of footage to go over. We got a lot of footage to go over. I want to go to the signal messages first. We got a lot of footage to go over, but what we're talking about this morning is the fact that this whole thing was organized by Minnesota ICE-Walz via signal, just like Renee Good was organized on a Zoom call where she received training on how to block ICE. In that day with Renee Good, she was the one leading the protest. A lot of people didn't know that. Renee Good was the one leading the protest, and Renee Good was the one first on the scene, and she was the one who started to block. Well, we never talked about, except here on this channel here, what a lot of people didn't talk about is why she was, what happened, right? Why she did that. Well, I said she was trained. She got on a Zoom call days before the incident, and Minnesota ICE-Walz had trained her on how to behave, right? That's what I said, right? Now today it's coming out. The same things are true with Alex, and now it's becoming relevant, right? This is the individual who ICE had what I educated my audience on last week is deportation orders, right? The fact, how has ICE been so successful arresting 5,000 individuals in Chattahoochee Crunch in New Orleans, and then Charlotte's Web in North Carolina, 10,000 individuals in 7 days? They have a list of individuals, right, who came here during the Biden administration. Now, this individual here, the target that day was Jose, right? He is from another country, and he has, while he was here. So this is how you get the domestic, this is how you get the deportation orders. You came here, you haven't fully acquired citizenship. Now, it's true, Biden did open the borders, right? And that's why individuals came here, but it would still behoove them that once they got here, they should have gone through the process to become citizens. Instead of becoming a citizen, this individual committed a crime. And one of the most heinous crimes, it looks like he committed domestic violence, right? He was guilty of a domestic violence charge, right? So that's what we have here. So that's what ICE was doing. Does everybody see what's going on? So ICE is setting up. ICE is setting up to arrest this gentleman here, right? They have his name, they have his location. This is what's been happening. This is what I've been reporting. And this is why I say I don't understand why we have the protests. This is what Tom Homan and President Trump and Kristi Noem have said. We are not here to hurt the citizens of America, the citizens of Minneapolis. The goal is to make it safer for citizens in all of America. It's MAGA. It's a mega MAGA Monday. Double tap at the like button. It's a mega MAGA Monday. The goal is to make it safer for everyone who lives in America, right? We're not just going after people who's standing in front of Home Depot. We're not going after people selling corn in the neighborhood. We're not going after people who are selling fruit on the corner. They're going after individuals targeted searches. We saw Kristi Noem go to a house of someone from Ecuador who had a warrant for attempted murder. So these are targeted arrests. So ICE sets up to do a targeted arrest. This is the person they come to arrest, and then their signal chat goes on fire from Minnesota ICE-Walz. The signal chat goes on fire from Minnesota ICE-Walz, and it says ICE is setting up, right? ICE is setting up. And I'm looking for that now. ICE is setting up, and we need to get down there, right? And there are messages back and forth on Signal about ICE setting up, and we need to get down there. And that is how Alex arrived on the scene. This is similar to Renee Good. This is extremely eerily similar to Renee Good. Let's see if we can get the Signal messages. Let's see if we can get the Signal messages. How's everybody doing this morning? We talking about the ICE shooting. We talking about the ICE shooting, and we breaking down the fact that here on the Perfect Timing Podcast, we've been breaking news. We gave you guys this. I felt it was very important. When I first learned about the Minnesota ICE-Walz, I felt it was very important. I felt it was very important to discuss. And I felt like Trump, that's why I said tag Nick Shirley, because I felt like the Trump administration needed to know about what was going on with the Minnesota ICE-Walz, especially when we found the pamphlet that trained American citizens to attack and injure federal agents, right? So here it is, the left far network that helped put Alex Pretti in harm's way, then made him a martyr, right? So this is from Fox News, and so it says, over the following hours, a national network of socialists, we ain't gonna say all those names, cells in the United States leverage traffic.
Zenny makes eyewear for real life.
Dad,
Oh,
where's
man.
my practice uniform?
Whatever the day brings, from hectic
So what we want to go over, let's just get to the signal messages, right? Let's just get to the signal messages. The level of engineered chaos is unique to Minneapolis. This is from Vice President J.D. Vance. It is the direct consequence of far-left agitators working with local authorities, Vice President J.D. Vance observed on the Sunday Post. The entry on the road 344 read at Nicolette murder chronicling black Jeep Wagoneer at the locations with agents allegedly involved in shooting. Road 338 had a Glam Doll Donuts entry tracking a black Ford Taurus. So what we have here is these are the back channel messages that I've been talking about. So a lot of people don't know what happened with Renee Good. When, because in the beginning people say, oh, Renee Good turned her wheel and she lived there and she was just parking. No, I was first to expose Renee Good did not live there. She was not parking. She was not turning her wheel. She was a member of Minnesota ICE-Walz and she was following her training. Her training was to block and impede. She had followed federal agents all day. What you find here is that Alex Pretti was part of the same Minnesota ICE-Walz and he was armed and he had got orders. He received orders. Backup needed at the Black Forest and parking lot, Nicollet Ave. Multiple vehicles. Many agents appeared to be staging there. One confirmed ICE vehicle seen was a maroon Dodge Durango, but it has driven away northbound. Do you understand what's happening here on these back channels, right? They have a video. They are telling him 4 name conflicts were found in this group, 26 and 3rd outside Glam Doll Donuts. So this is how Alex learned to be there. He wasn't accidentally there. He was part of a Minnesota ICE-Walz. They're communicating on these back channels. And then what the group text said, backup needed at Black Forest Inn parking lot on Nicollet Avenue, just south of 26th Street. Multiple vehicles with many agents appear to be staging there. Are you guys with me? What are they staging for? They're staging to arrest the individual who I showed you earlier, the Ecuadorian immigrant who had got arrested for DV, right? And given deportation orders to leave, but had not left. So federal agents are executing a warrant, right? We have somebody with deportation orders, right? Federal agents are executing a warrant. Someone with deportation orders who came here as an immigrant, didn't follow through and get his citizenship, but committed a crime. One of the most heinous crimes. I'm not going to say against who. All we know is that he committed a crime of domestic violence, right? That's what we know. He committed a crime of domestic violence, and that's what ICE agents were staging there to arrest, right? ICE agents were there staging to arrest him, not just anybody, right? Not just anybody, right? They weren't just picking on people, right? They have a targeted, let me show you the picture, because I just read to you the signal back chat messages of how Alex and why Alex were there. Before we go to the video and break down the video and people get into, I'm gonna ask you in the chat, who do you think, was the shooting justified? We're gonna get into whether the shooting was justified. I just wanna break down to what happened. So I just showed you a signal chat message of a group chat that Alex was a part of, right? Now, they said, get to Glam Donuts on Nicollet Avenue. We have a situation. We see ICE agents staging. That means they understand. This is why you have whistles. No one ever asked, has no one ever been curious, how do they know? They have lookouts all over the city, and why and how are there more whistles than agents? And why no one cares about the actual American citizens, that federal agents who are empowered by the federal government, who are doing a job, brothers and sisters. They are doing their job, brothers and sisters. They have a targeted person who is not here legally and who has committed a crime and who has received deportation orders from an immigration judge based on this charge. Do you guys understand? And what let me go back to this other story so y'all can see. So ICE agents are there to arrest that gentleman, right? Based on legal authorization. Legally authorized, legally warned. He saw a judge. There are deportation orders. So the Minnesota ICE-Walz learned that they are staging. This is what this back channel says. Backup needed at the Black Forest Inn parking lot at Nikolai Ave. Backup needed. Do y'all understand what is happening on American streets? These are American citizens mobilized. I'm going to play video soon about them talking about there is food. Remember, on my channel, if you watch my channel, you remember when I exposed the organization of these protests. Where did the water come from? Where did the food come from? I talked about in Portland where they rented a storage facility to do staging. And I talked about project management and logistics and the money that comes behind some of these protests and the organization needed to where you have to have money to set up the logistics of these things. So on the back channel, logistically, they are organized against the federal government. We should be concerned. Red and blue, Democrats and Republicans need to be concerned about what's happening in America. On the back channel, they are organizing against federal agents, and they are saying backup needed. These are not police. I hope everybody understands what I'm reading. I am reading to you a group chat from the Minnesota ICE-Walz, who are in a legal opposition to the federal government. They are watching everything in Minneapolis. They have people in every business, and what they got was a phone call tip. Somebody tipped off Minnesota ICE-Walz. This is what's happening. Remember when I told you about a federal agent being attacked and a Venezuelan gang member being shot in the leg because a federal agent was being beat with the snow shovel, and then other people on the street came and assisted the gang member in beating the federal agent? Do y'all remember that was last week? How many shootings have occurred? I said a federal agent got beat by a snow shovel. And then other people from ICE-Walz helped the Venezuelan gang member beat the federal agent. Today, over the weekend, Alex was part of the ICE-Walz group that received this group text that said, go to the donut shop, they are staging. Go to the donut shop, they are staging. What they don't say in that group text is that this gentleman right here is guilty of federal crimes. He is here past the due date. He has received a federal warrant, a deportation order from an immigration judge, because let me explain to you the process. If you came here during the Biden era, right, and then you committed a crime while here, Biden didn't make you go home. If you came here during the Biden era and you committed a crime, Biden didn't make you go home. You saw an immigration judge and you received the deportation order. What is the next date that we've been talking about on this channel? It's March 17th, 2026. Can somebody tell me what happens March 17th as it relates to Minneapolis? Because the whole reason why we're there is the Somali fraud. The whole reason why we're there is the Somali fraud. On March 17th, the temporary protection for Somalians that started in 1991 when their country was in turmoil is over. 33,500 Somalians will lose their temporary protection and have to leave. Now, will America physically pick them up and make them leave? At first, no. Do you guys understand what I'm saying? March 17th, because of the fraud that Nick Shirley exposed, Trump has stopped paying daycare, stopped paying out welfare, and he has removed the temporary protections. And they have 3,500 people will lose their protection, and they have a deportation date that will occur. But will we physically remove them? No, we will ask them to self-deport. Those who do not self-deport within a timely manner will be issued warrants like this gentleman, and ICE will physically remove them from the country based on the warrant. You guys understand? So Alex was there to stop the arrest of a criminal. Do you guys got it? He was there to stop the arrest of a criminal. So let's go to some video of the beginning of the situation right here. Let's go to some video, how the situation starts. So now we understand why he's here. Because I think it's important that we know that this is not a spontaneous interaction, that this is hostile from the beginning. And that's so important when it comes to Renee Good. We have to understand that this is not spontaneous, that this is hostile from the beginning, that he received a phone call. He is there as backup. That's why he has a gun. Let me show this. Let me say this again. Let me show this again. So you guys have to understand. He received a call like a police officer, yet and still he is not. Remember I told you about the law of supremacy. Who has the authority in this situation? Even over local police, the federal agent is empowered by the federal constitution, the law of supremacy. But Alex was here operating as if he was empowered by some type of law. He's here as an agitator, ladies and gentlemen. He is not here spontaneously because he was getting donuts. Do you guys understand? This interaction that we are looking at does not occur because he is here getting donuts. Right? That's where I'm beginning this morning. This is mega Monday. Mega, because all this matters in the legality of the situation. All this, look at this confrontation. All this matters in the legality of the situation. How and why, in what capacity was he doing here? Especially because he was armed. Especially because he was armed. How do you guys feel now as we come to find out that he responded to a call for backup? He responded to a call for backup, ladies and gentlemen. He responded to a call for backup. Now, because it's been discussed a lot about whether or not, it's been discussed a lot. A lot of people are wondering, did he have, what actually happened? Because people may be saying he didn't have a gun and this and that. This is the video over the weekend. We got a lot of video to go over. Double check that dealer. We're gonna break it down to the very last compound. Right now, what you see, first we saw the interaction, right? Now you understand he was there as armed backup to protect the Ecuadorian criminal with deportation orders. Now, do we have that understood? That's not up for debate, right? That's not up for debate. What had happened? He was there as backup. He received the call and he came with the gun. He came with the gun as armed backup and he got into the confrontation. Now, this is the video of when they removed the gun. You guys see it? Right there. One in the gray on top. Removes the gun. He doesn't stop. He's still getting up. He moves. He's running away with the gun. He's still fighting, and it looks like he's going for the gun. He's still going for the gun. Now, a lot of people might say it does. And when you first saw it, without the context that I gave you of why he's there and the capacity of why he's there, it kind of doesn't make sense, right? When you hear people say he's going for his gun, y'all, people are like, why would he go for his gun? Y'all don't understand that he's there as backup. He doesn't accidentally have a gun, right? He doesn't accidentally have a gun. He's there as backup. He got a call on a signal chat where he's a member of Minnesota ICE-Walz. And it says, backup needed at Black Forest in parking lot. At Nicolai Ave, south of 26th Street, multiple vehicles with many agents appear to be staging there. And I educated you this morning, they were right. They were staging to arrest an Ecuadorian who was had a warrant or a deportation order and did not self-deport. He was not just there organically buying donuts. He did not just have a gun haphazardly. He purposely had that gun. He purposely interjected himself. He responded to a call for backup. Do you see this? Do you see this? He responded to a call. This is all. Now that you understand what truly happened, how do you feel about this picture? How do you feel about this picture knowing now that this was all part of Minnesota ICE-Walz and he was purposely being confrontational? How do you feel about the circumstances now? That he's not there buying a donut. He's not there buying a coffee. He's not just having a gun as a citizen who's trying to protect themselves. He is carrying this weapon in the capacity of a member of Minnesota ICE-Walz. Put a 1 in the chat if you think that matters. Put a 1 in the chat if you think that matters. Let's get a banner. Put a 1 in the chat if you think that matters. I want to know. Put a 1 in the chat if you think that matters. Huh? Put a 1 in the chat if you think that matters. Let's get into it, you guys. Put a 1 in the chat if you think the shooting was justified. Put a 1 in the chat if you think the shooting was justified. As we break it down to the very last compound. As we break it down to the very last compound. Put a 1 in the chat if you think the shooting was justified. Put a 2 in the chat if you disagree. Barack Obama has something to say about the situation. This is the video we played about the initial confrontation. This is the gentleman that they were going to arrest. And we got more video we're gonna go over. We got this video is from New York.
Thank you.
So they tried to do a moment of silence in New York, and that's how the New Yorkers responded. The New Yorkers wasn't having the moment of silence. The New Yorkers wasn't having the moment of silence. Let's go to Kristi Noem. Let's go to Kristi Noem, and we're going to get more video. Let's go to Kristi Noem.
Law enforcement officials and officers were conducting targeted operations in Minneapolis against an illegal alien whose criminal history included domestic assault with intentionally inflicting bodily harm, disorderly conduct, and driving without a valid license. An individual approached U.S. Border Patrol officers with a 9mm semi-automatic handgun. The officers attempted to disarm this individual, but the armed suspect reacted violently. At 9:05 a.m. Central Time, the Department of Homeland Security law enforcement officials and officers were conducting targeted operations in Minneapolis against an illegal alien whose criminal history included domestic assault with intentionally inflicting bodily harm, disorderly conduct, and driving without a valid license. An individual approached U.S. Border Patrol officers with a 9mm semi-automatic handgun. The officers attempted to disarm this individual, but the armed suspect reacted violently. At 9:05 a.m. Central Time, the Department of
So did you get that detail from Kristi Noem? Let's read some more details. I want to read some more details to you. At 9:50 a.m. Eastern Time, just before the incident, a user identified as Willow shared a 22-second video of an encrypted signal chat for ICE rapid responders. 22nd third, Willow wrote, quickly follow up with outside glam doll. The video showed 2 agents, one wearing a vest marked police, studying the front door of Glamdar before walking away past the sign in the window that read ICE out of Minnesota. As the camera rolled, the person filmed yelled, "No." The camera followed the agents as they returned to a maroon Dodge Durango, passing another sign in the window that read, "All welcome here." In the video, someone shouted, "Get out of here." Just 3 minutes later, at 9:53 a.m., a second signal user, Salacious B. Crumb, escalated the alert, summoning additional responders and citing the same vehicle agents. Backup needed at the Black Forest Inn parking lot on Nicollet Ave of 26th Street, the message read. This is what I've been reporting this morning. Per time a podcast with the blast, double tap at the like button. What we are reporting is how and why Alex ended up unalived. He was just like Renee Good. Alex was a member of Minnesota ICE-Walz. He had been trained. He did not accidentally have a gun. He had been trained and he had been asked to be there. This is the message that I just read to you. This is Salacious B. Crumb who escalated. And Put a one in the chat if you think they should be arrested also. Should Salacious B. Crumb be implicated and be arrested? Should we send out Salacious B. Crumb to Pam Bondi and Kristi Noem to be investigated? Because like it's just reported here on Fox News, Salacious B. Crumb is the one who escalated this situation and said backup needed at the Black Forest Inn parking lot on Nicollet Ave, south of 26th Street. Multiple vehicles with many agents appear to be staging there. What I have reported, what Kristi Noem just reported, is yes, they were staging to arrest an Ecuadorian criminal and immigrant. We just reported that. Now, leading up to this, the ICE agents were accosted. Multiple vehicles with many agents appear to be staging here. The alert continued. One confirmed ICE vehicle seen was a maroon Dodge Durango, but it had driven away northbound on Nicollet. Fox, the News of Florida Live, but ICE agent director Marcos Charles says Sunday that the violence on the streets was not a coincidence. Ding, 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 ding. You are watching the #1 podcast. How many times? We said this with Renee Good. I said Renee Good was not turning the wheel. Renee Good was not parking. Renee Good was not just trying to leave. Renee Good was parked. And CNN purposely, they gave me the ball. They gave us the ball. Ding, 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 ding. If everybody want to know, hey, the channel been blowing up. Hey, the views been blowing up. CNN gave us the ball. This channel, this chat, when CNN refused to focus on why Renee Good was there, when CNN and all of the, did you see that sheriff saying she was turning her wheel? When they refused and ignored the capacity of Minnesota ICE Watch, they gave me the ball. I was the only one reporting that Renee Good had been trained and radicalized by Minnesota ICE Watch. I was the only one reporting that Becca Good had brought Renee Good to a Zoom call where she had learned how to use her car to block federal agents, and everything that was done that day was a training and a result of Minnesota ICE Watch. They need to be held accountable. Ding, 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 ding. I said it. You may not have heard it because some of you only listen to Rachel Maddow. Some of you only listen to Anderson Cooper. So you may not have heard the reality. Video of the scene shows that Pretti stepped into the middle of Nicollet Avenue to direct traffic, similar to Renee Good per their training. Similar to Renee Good per their training. Who has empowered these individuals to direct traffic? Who has given them the power or the authority to direct traffic? Nobody. Nobody had empowered Renee Good to direct traffic. She had no legal authority to be blocking the road and directing traffic. Here it is again. You must understand this is not by coincidence. They are not both in the middle of the road. They are not both redirecting traffic by accident. This is part of Minnesota ICE Watch training. I keep reiterating it because it's eerily relevant to all of the Trump news, giving Democrats the boo-hoos, all of the boo-hooers out there, all of the criers out there that want to cry. This is eerily relevant to the fact of, because some people love the officers and support the government and think that it's a damn hard job. And some of us remember just 11 months ago how afraid we were when 300 people were crossing the border. Even Kamala Harris, vice president and border czar, said, please, no more people come. There is a legal process. We want you to come, but we need you. Do you guys remember that? Do you guys remember that? Do you guys remember 19 billion? Do you know who Feeding Our Future is? Do you know we're going to discuss Ilhan Omar, congresswoman from Somalia, worth $30 million in a matter of months. But at the same time, her community stole what was being said to be allegedly $19 billion now. She's on her third or fourth marriage. She's married to a white man. There's also investigation on whether or not she married her brother. But people are forgetting why we were in Minneapolis. But I think it's relevant that before this incident, we understand that Renee Good and Alex were a part of federal opposition. So a lot of people don't like Pam Bondi and Kristi Noem, but when Kristi Noem, what Pam Bondi is saying is backed up by what I'm reading you here today. is backed up by what I'm reading here. Video on the scene shows that Pretti stepped in the middle of Nicollet Avenue to direct traffic. Fellow agitators could be heard blowing whistles. Both of these things are illegal. I said to you, the whistles are illegal because the whistles are to alert the person that ICE is there to pick up. They're at the staging. The whistles are there to alert them to run and leave. You can't do that. That's aiding and abetting. That's obstructing, right? So fellow agitators could be heard blowing whistles to the alert locals. ICE officers were around. Soon after, Pretti ended up in a street confrontation with CBP agents across the street from Glam Donuts outside a worn storefront marked New American Development Center, a nonprofit focused on immigration entry programs for Somalis. Wow. Ain't that a full circle moment? Ain't that a full circle moment? Double tap, hit the like button. You are watching the Perfect Timing Podcast, back with a blast, in and out with a dash. Look at that chat going crazy, man. I'm not looking at the chat, so I know it may be a lot of cruelty going on in the chat. I'm going to just say YouTube needs to do their job in the chat, and I'm going to focus on doing the content, right? I'm going to focus on doing the content, and YouTube, I'm going to ask everybody to follow the community guidelines, show some love and unity out there. Show some love and unity out there. And YouTube, I'm going to leave it up to you to do your job, and I'm going to do my job by presenting the content, right? That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do my job by presenting the content. YouTube do their job. But I know it's different for everybody, but, you know, we still stand in the mix, man. Double tap, hit the like button one more time, breaking down what actually happened, man. Breaking down what actually happened, man. Perfect Timing Podcast, back with the blast. Let's get back to Christy Norm, and then we're going to get into the video. We're going to get into the video, what really happened, man, and then let y'all know in the chat. Y'all let me know in the chat what y'all think will happen.
At 9:05 a.m. Central Time, the Department of Homeland Security law enforcement officials and officers were conducting targeted operations in Minneapolis against an illegal alien whose criminal history included domestic assault with intentionally inflicting bodily harm, disorderly conduct, and driving without a valid license. An individual approached U.S. Border Patrol officers with a 9mm semi-automatic handgun. The officers attempted to disarm this individual, but the armed suspect reacted violently. At 9:05 a.m. Central Time, the Department of Homeland Security law enforcement officials and officers were conducting.
Do you agree with that? Do you agree with that? Did the person react violently? Let's get into the story. That's what we're talking about. Lead story today. Federal agents fatally shoot U.S. citizen nurse during Minneapolis ICE operation. Make sure everybody in there with me. Yeah, man. Double tap at the like button, man. Welcome to the Perfect Timing Podcast, y'all. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you for being here, man. I truly appreciate it, man. I truly appreciate it. Bless everybody, man. Double tap at the like button, man. Love, peace, and unity in the chat. Love, peace, respect, and unity in the chat. Y'all remember that, man. Guide, watch your privacy and abide by our community guidelines. Everybody remember that. Watch your privacy and abide by community guidelines. Federal agents fatally shoot U.S. citizen nurse during Minneapolis ICE operation. Pretti, a U.S. citizen and Minneapolis VA hospital nurse with no criminal record, was filming an ICE deportation operation on January 24th when agents wrestled him to the ground, removed his legally carried handgun, and shot him dead. Video from the Washington Post and others shows the gun secured before the shooting, contradicting federal claims of an active threat. His parents said his last act was protecting a woman amid protests against mass deportation. So that is the liberal narrative. Do y'all agree with the liberal narrative, or do you agree with what I put forth? Isn't it funny? This is why I believe my channel. I think this is why we've been so successful, because we've been counter narrative. There is nothing here about the fact that he was trained, that he was called, and he purposely had that gun, and he did not organically end up there. You would read this and say, oh, this is just a nurse, a gentleman who organically showed up to help a woman. Right? He's a gentleman and a scholar, and he was just there buying donuts and coffee, and he saw a woman. That's not what happened. That's not what happened. And he had his gun, and he is there acting as an operative to the United States government. I don't think that should be lightly. Whatever you think about the shooting, I don't think we should take that lightly at all. I don't like what they misconstrue the facts. right? But let's keep going. Officials blame local Democrats for chaos while Minnesota sued DHS over evidence access, marking the third fatal federal shooting in the city under 3 weeks. Third fatal shooting in under 3 weeks. That's right. These are two of the individuals right here. Who we got? These are the individuals we talking about this morning. Renee Good, and we talking about Alex. And you know, these are great pictures, but I would like people to know that they both were part of Minnesota ICE-Walz, right? They don't show the picture of them part of Minnesota ICE-Walz, right? They got this beautiful picture, and they want you to feel, you know, a certain way without giving you the actual context of these individuals, right? Why were they both where they were? And that's what we're talking about today, right? Because the narrative wants you to believe that she was just turning around and he was just buying a donut. But he wasn't just buying a donut and she wasn't just turning around, right? This is what's happening on the street. People are attacking the ICE. On the ground being attacked. You see one side. You see one side, everybody. They only show you one side. Why they only showing you one side? I reported to you that they are outnumbered. They are outnumbered 10-1.
Get back! Get back! Get back! Get back! You motherfuckers! You motherfuckers!
There are more federal agent on the ground being attacked. There are more agitators than there are officers. And every time the officers show up to make a legal arrest, they are attacked. That was what was happening on the morning of Renee Good. And that is what happened on the morning of Mr. Alex. Do you guys understand what I'm reporting this morning? Double tap at the like button. You're watching the Perfect Timing Podcast. I'm the only one with this story, man. We breaking it down. We breaking it down to the very last compound, right? We breaking it down. Here's the entire training manual. Like I showed this first, but let's get into it. People are finally getting into the fact that Minnesota ICE-Walz is training individuals to commit this violence. And I don't think until we address Minnesota ICE-Walz and similar groups and sanctuary policies where the violence stop. I know people are like confused about that, and they think if ICE leaves, like this has become the similar situation with BLM, where liberal mayors and governors told police to stand down, and now it's reached a tipping point where now police can't even help. Because like I explained to you about DC and about after the time that shall not be named, we lost thousands of officers we lost thousands of police officers to defund the police policy, BLM liberal policies. So a lot of these police departments are suffering. So when you have the majority of the city, like I broke down the numbers in DC, we have like 3,500 cops. And then like in Chicago, compared to like Chicago is a large city with like 7 million people. You got like, what was it, like 12,000? Like there's no way in no major American city do the cops measure up to the amount of people. If even just a fraction of the citizens go to the street, you outnumber the police. Right. And so what you have now from the liberals is you have a situation where they told the police officers to stand down, and now I believe it's too dangerous. I believe it's too dangerous to bring in the police, and you have a similar situation that you had in BLM. But that was the design. That's why in the Fox News report, it says they called themselves Marxists, communists, and Leninists. Over the weekend, I saw a report where the mayor of New York has been referred to by Bill Maher. Did y'all see that, Bill Maher? Where Bill Maher was upset at the mayor of New York and the Democrats and said, this is why the Democrats lose, because the mayor of New York is calling himself a communist. And the Democrats in New York are saying, elect more communists. And here it is in Minneapolis, Minnesota ICE-Walz are referring to themselves as Marxists, socialists, and communists, and Leninists. And they have pamphlets. I said, didn't this happen in Germany? I said, pay attention. What is happening in our America right now? It is much deeper than people want to believe. If you just think that he's a gentleman and he's saving a woman, it's too late. By the time we get to war, I'm not going to say it, but by the time we get to a situation like we had with Germany and Poland, it's too late. By the time you guys start to pay attention to the pamphlets, by the time you guys start to pay attention to the tactics, and then you pay attention to the money and the goal behind the pamphlets and the tactics, it's too late. We already in a global conflict, and no one knows who's behind it and what's the goal, and that the people on the ground is just going to suffer. Everybody thinks they know what they're doing, but I honestly believe that people are being naive. Let's play this next video again. Here it is, breaking news, Perfect Timing Podcast. Again, here is the entire training manual for these individuals, patrols, chasing ICE agents in Minneapolis. Keep in mind, this is the watered down OPSEC version. Must read. Here you go, everybody. Where y'all want to start? Where y'all want to start? Where y'all want to start? Information for patrol types. Patrol decision tree. No ICE on the scene. ICE vehicle. ICE vehicles. Agents out of vehicle. This is all the pamphlet. Look at the pamphlet. Look at the pamphlet. Firm. Look at, do not activate RR. Report to patrol chat. Size, 3 vehicles, 6 agents, activity, location, uniform, time, equipment. This is like tactical, you guys. This is tactical. So he had a tactical advantage. How many people agree with me? As we get into whether it was justified, let me take down the banner so everybody can see. Let me take down the banner because I know people be sensitive about the banners. Let me take down the banner. Let me take down the banner right there. Let's still have a banner up like that. Okay. He had a tactical advantage. You guys understand? We are going over the pamphlet that Alex received training and Renee Good received training. So when we see the signal message, and the signal message is in this verbiage here, as they were trained, size, activity, location, uniform, time, equipment, giving their members a tactical advantage over the federal agents. You guys see this? This is Perfect Timing Podcast, once again exposing risk levels and consideration. Risk levels and consideration. I can't make it big, you guys. I don't have that double tap. Y'all know I got a super chat and I got a Cash App. So I don't have the technology, but y'all keep donating, supporting, watching the channel the way y'all watch. We're gonna get there. I love you guys. I'm so excited and happy about the growth of the channel, man. I'm so happy to be here. I haven't been doing a live stream in a couple days. So double tap everybody, subscribe, share with a like-minded person. Identifying obstructors, vehicles. Look for some combination of these potential factors that make it more likely. Occupants, vehicle, the letters get, and believe me, I just got these glasses, y'all. These are some bifocals. I'm a Gen X, man. I didn't even want to get bifocals, but I still can't read the letters right there. I still can't read the letters right there. Let me see if I can make it bigger. Video quality. So that's all we got. So, okay. So what we're doing right here, we're looking at a pamphlet. We're looking at a pamphlet of the training that they receive from ICE agents. Here's someone else with it. Holy crap. Holy crap. They have a full-blown lengthy training manual for leftist insurgentists stalking, harassing, and ambushing ICE and border agents in Minneapolis. This is well organized and well funded. So remember when we talked about how this has been printed out, right? How this has been printed out and created, who printed it out, who created it, right? Let's keep going. Here's another video from my brother.
Minneapolis, as a member of the Trump cabinet, are you concerned to see another American citizen ends up dead, shot by federal law enforcement?
Jonathan, it's a tragedy when anyone dies, but I can tell you the situation on the ground there is being stirred up by Governor Walz. I was out there 2 weeks ago. Governor Walz declined to provide a security detail for me to go into the Minnesota Capitol with the state police. So he is fomenting He is fomenting chaos because there is substantial waste, fraud, and abuse. My job as Treasury Secretary is to investigate that. And I think that this chaos that's going out there, and again, I am sorry that this gentleman is dead, but he did bring a 9mm semi-automatic weapon with 2 cartridges to what was supposed to be a peaceful protest. I think that there are a lot of paid agitators who are ginning things up, and the governor has not done a good job at tamping this down.
Yeah, I mean, as you know, he was an ICU nurse, worked for the Veterans Administration, and there's no evidence that he brandished the gun whatsoever. In fact, it appears
but he brought
was
a
disarmed
gun.
before
he brought a gun. Have you ever gone to a protest, Jonathan?
I mean, we do have a Second Amendment in this country that.
Jonathan, have you ever gone to a protest?
I mean,
have you gone to a protest?
I mean, no, actually, as a reporter covering it.
Okay, I've been to a protest. Yeah. Guess what? I didn't bring a gun. I brought a billboard.
Okay, Secretary Besant, thank you.
So again, this is why this is why we've been first on reporting this issue. This is why we've been ahead of everybody on this issue. Because again, what are they saying? He has a right to. What they leave out is that he was not just organically walking around with his legally a firearm. He was responding as backup as part of Minnesota ICE-Walz. That is supremely relevant when you have this discussion. Number one, no, you do not bring a gun to a protest. There's no reason to have a gun at a protest, especially if you're an American citizen. Why do you have a gun at a protest? There's no reason to have a gun. But secondly, the capacity in which, because that is what comes down to the legality. A judge wants to know, well, what capacity were you holding this weapon? Why did you have this gun? Oh, I was going shooting. I had it for my own protection. No, I was a member of Minnesota ICE-Walz, and I was responding to a call for backup. I have my gun to protect Minnesota ICE-Walz members and immigrants away from federal agents. Oh, you did, huh? Do you know that's against the law, sir? No, I have a right. No, sir, you don't. I don't know what Rachel Maddow TV show you've been listening to who told you, but you are not empowered. The federal agents, even police officers, even the local police have to yield to the federal agent. You know what I don't like is the terminology and the semantics around this whole issue, because people keep saying ICE agent. They are federal officers. I think we should start saying federal officers, because people hear that term and diminish their responsibility and role and understanding of federal supreme law. That the federal officer has legal supremacy over local authorities and municipalities and the state. And they have an obligation to fulfill that law. Remember when I reported that? First, my chat said the law of supremacy. We did the research. We looked it up on AI. And it told us that the federal law, but the states doesn't have to comply, but the federal law is supreme. And then it said when the Homeland Security came out and said that the federal agents that you like to call ICE officers have authority over, he said no local, no state, no municipality, no act can stop a federal officer. And whether you call him an ICE agent or not, that has to be said. When people keep saying, and now that we understand these are federal officers who are backed by the Constitution, do you know I understand, unless you watch my channel, you may not even know that local police are not empowered by the Constitution. Local police are empowered by local municipalities. Federal officers are empowered by the Constitution. You should understand what that means and why that matters. You should understand what that means and why that matters. But you will if you're a watcher on the Perfect Timing podcast. Now, earlier, I read to you on Fox News about the signal message, right? I read to you earlier about the signal message, and I read to you earlier about how Alex even got there, right? Because we just played ABC defending Minnesota ICE-Walz, not acknowledging Minnesota ICE-Walz, saying he had a right to be there, not giving the honest truth about his capacity. Let's give my chat the full context. Breaking news. You saw the video over the weekend of the shooting. I'm going to show the video again. You saw the video over the weekend of the actual incident. We will break down the shooting and we will go and see the gun removed. But I want to give you video that you haven't seen yet. I want to give you context that you don't know yet. Because see, there are a lot of people trying to do what I do. After they saw my success with the Renee Good podcast, everybody over the weekend, I just relaxed with my family. Everybody over the weekend jumped to show the video. Everybody over the weekend jumped to show the video. I want to show the video. Perfect Timing Podcast got so much success. I want to show the video. I want to show the video. No context. And then I saw a lot of people giving the video, and then because news kept coming out, they looked stupid. Because they kept saying, oh, it wasn't justified, oh, this or that. And then you look stupid going over the video before all the reports came out. But see, I did my homework on Renee Good. I did my homework on Minnesota ICE-Walz. It now is coming out. Let me show you the video to support the signal messages and why Alex was even there. It says the far left network that helped put Alex Pretti in harm's way then made him a martyr. Can y'all understand what I'm saying this morning? What we are reporting is that this network of Minnesota ICE-Walz put him there. And he showed up with a gun as backup. That is so legally important. Here's the video. So remember what I said, this is Glam Donuts, and the employees at Glam Donuts noticed that ICE agents were there to arrest, because they see, the thing is the shops that hire illegal, how do we want to frame this? The businesses that employ the migrant workers are the ones protecting people despite they have warrants. So what you have is ICE agents showing up to administer a warrant, and then the owners of the shop alerting the opposition. So you see the video on the left and on the right, you can read the text messages, because they're, as soon as they see them, they jump up, oh no, ICE is here to arrest Hermardo. We got to protect Jose. So they start texting and mobilizing. Right now, one thing I want you to notice, the ICE agents are not being attacked. There are no whistles. They can do their job. And you know what else is true? It would be safer for everybody if Minnesota ICE-Walz was not involved. Because as the ICE-Walzers get there, they just look at. Nobody's around, no whistles, no yelling, just a couple police officers with a warrant doing their job. And then this is the perspective that's been missing, you guys. And it's so sad that people don't show the love and respect to our federal officers. And then that this narrative has been created that's something wrong with the federal officers, that if ICE leaves, the problem. No. Right now, you see what happens every time the ICE agent is there. There is no ICE-Walz, there's no protesters, and there's nobody being hurt. Put a 1 in the chat if you agree with me. Put a 1 in the chat if you agree with me that there's nobody being hurt when there's no protesters, there's no whistles, there's no ICE-Walz, there's just federal officers who are obligated by the Constitution, who have an obligation and a warrant. There's even no hoopla. Quiet on the street.
Get out of here.
I think this is so awesome to show this. You know why? Because the ICE agents were respectful. They get beat up so much, you guys. These are federal officers. Everybody say they're not trained. They're not real police. This and that and this and that. They were very quiet. They were very polite. They were very professional. When they didn't see their mark, they got in the car and left. They got in the car and left. No violence, no issues. I need people to take note of the things I'm pointing out. My perspective this morning, which you haven't seen. You haven't seen this video. It's the same thing with Renee Good. When Renee Good got there first, and no one said, how did Renee Good know to get there and know to block that street? I'm revealing it this morning. I'm revealing it this morning. How did Renee Good know to get there? How did she get there first? And why did she block that street? Alex did the same thing. He got there first, and he blocked the street. Renee Good blocked the street, start directing traffic. Alex blocked the street, start directing traffic. This is the name of the chat. This is their code name. When you see this, This is the code name of the ICE-Walz chat. These are the ICE-Walz chat messages that morning. You see the location. At the Nicolette murder, Glam Doll Donuts, Glam Doll Donuts, Fast and Fresh Foods. These are all addresses where they're putting people to go and attack ICE agents. Glam Doll Donuts, Whipple, Nicolette Ave, 19. These are all addresses that the Minnesota ICE-Walz is putting out in group chats so that people can show up as backup to protest and impede federal officers from doing their job. None of this is organic. None of this is organic. They've been paid. It's highly organized, highly paid, highly trained, right? White for expedition. And then they're giving out, just like I read to you earlier in the pamphlet, name, location, how many people, and even equipment. Why would they give out the equipment, right? Now it makes more sense. Doesn't it make more sense that Alex had a weapon? Because the ICE-Walz is training people to tell us how many officers, how many cars, and the equipment. Why is it relevant to the equipment? And normally I would ignore that. Normally a lot of us would say, you're doing too much when he says, why is he focusing on the equipment? I say it's relevant if they show up with weapons. If Minnesota ICE-Walz then shows up with weapons, and we already have reports that they outnumber the agents. I've already told you that they outnumber police. Like Americans don't even know the numbers between police and citizens in most major cities. So this is what we're reporting this morning. This is what they have all this detail.
They keep pushing people, you know?
This is a view of the incident from the restaurant across the street.
Oh shit! What the fuck? They killed him? Did they fucking kill that guy? Are you fucking kidding me, dude? Not again. Are you fucking kidding me?
So these are the same people in the donut shop who called Minnesota ICE-Walz and caused the violence. Isn't that funny? When the ICE officers were there to do an arrest, there was no violence. You call Minnesota ICE-Walz, someone from your group who you call showed up with a gun. Can we get that? There's no way to stop, to not understand what happened. There was no violence. There were officers doing their job, and then you called somebody and someone shows up with a gun.
That guy's dead. Yo, we need people on site.
Here now with Chris Gray. Thank you for joining us. You are a next door neighbor. Can you tell apparatus here, right, where people text each other and they tell each other what's going on and they use whistles if they see ICE in the neighborhood? Was he part of that? Was he here because he wanted to protest and ask ICE to leave the community?
At this point, everyone's a part of that. Everyone has a whistle.
Do you hear that? Do you hear that? So I'm just reporting this morning. We're like, this is a lot more serious than anybody has been reporting about what is actually happening on an American street. Double tap at the like button. Let's get them likes up. Let's share with like-minded individuals. Great conversation this morning. Thank you. Love and unity and respect in the chat, everybody. Thank you so much for watching and supporting Perfect Timing Podcast. We're going over Alex Pretti's unaliving over the weekend. And what I am reporting is the fact that he was part of Minnesota ICE-Walz, similar to Renee Good, man. Like, I mean, how many people... This is the same thing that happened to Renee Good, man. This is the same thing that happened to Renee Good, man. Double tap at the like button, man. Double tap at the like button, man. I need you guys to be respectful and mindful in the chat. You know what I'm saying? Double tap at the like button. If you just got here, just relax. If you just got here, just relax. We're going over a lot of videos and a lot of content today. Right now, this is an interviewer asking, was Alex part of Minnesota ICE-Walz trained to disrupt and agitate? And the person is saying, everybody is.
Yo, we need people on site.
Here now with Chris Gray. Thank you for joining us. You are a next door neighbor. Can you tell apparatus here, right, where people text each other and they tell each other what's going on and they use whistles if they see ICE in the neighborhood? Was he part of that? Was he here because he wanted to protest and ask ICE to leave the community?
At this point, everyone's a part of that. Everyone has a whistle. In every shop, there's a Know Your Rights training. The whole community is standing together against this occupation of ICE, which is part of a divide and rule tactic that the Trump regime is pushing on us because they have no answers for the real issues that working class people face.
So political. Did y'all hear that? So a lot of people might think they're not even talking about Minneapolis. They're not even talking about the Somalian fraud. Did you see how he deflected and went right back to politics, right? This is about Trump, and he doesn't have any answers for, I'm sorry to tell this guy, Trump can't run for president again. Just so you know, Trump is in his second term, and he's into his first year. He already did 225 executive orders. Trump already got Mr. Bolsky, I see you, man. Hey, man, everybody with a wrench, man. I gave out some wrenches last week. Everybody with a wrench, man. A wrench is a tool, man. Do your job with the wrench. I don't even know if you got a wrench. Yeah, man, do your job in the chat, man, if you got a wrench, man. That's why I gave out the wrenches. You know what I'm saying? Double tap at the like button, man. That's why I gave out the wrenches, man. I do this a lot. I give out wrenches. The shit don't go right. I got to take back all the wrenches. You know what I'm saying? Because I see people who support me. So I give out wrenches because the chat go crazy with people being disrespectful. But then the people I give wrenches to don't help me out in the chat. So I got to take them back. And then everybody like, he mean, he block people. I got to block people because I give people the wrenches. And it's like sabotage. People, I give you the wrench and then the people with the wrenches don't show up. Like it was always a plan from the beginning. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, oh, evil. I don't know. Maybe if my analytics tell me that old people be watching me in the 65-year-old, but I'm like, maybe the baby boomers act like they 12-year-olds, man. But like even right now, I just seen Mr. Bolsky, and Mr. Bolsky, like, what's up with it, man? Like, are you gonna use the wrench or not, bro? Do I gotta take the wrench? Like, you the only one in here. Yeah, I try everything gets moved before I see it, man. It do move fast. It do move fast. The chat do be moving fast. But man, I need you on it, bro. I need you on it, bro. This is why I took the wrenches before, because I'm like, okay, I don't want to put y'all to work because I'll give out the wrenches and then it'd be like, people be like, oh, it's too much work. So I'm like, okay, before I didn't have nobody with wrenches, people like, oh, okay, you should mob people up. I mob people up and then people say it's too much work. Let's go, man. Let's go.
What will you do? What will you do?
Y'all seen that guy? This guy is a guy who got $20 million from, it says, Chairman Smith exposes U.S. nonprofits as likely CCP-funded propaganda arm operating under tax-exempt status. This guy already got exposed for getting $20 million from that group. I wonder if they're going to show the babushka.
What will you do? That's right. We're going to shut it down.
And the babushka, she's at every protest. And the babushka, can I get hashtag babushka in the chat? She's at every paid protest. Yeah, another paid protester, famous, man.
Us will come outside and we will organize general
Good evening, thank you for being with us. We are here, Alex.
Strikes, and we will bring this country to a halt.
You hear that? Let me play. I'm going to play that again so y'all understand what the goal is of the people. This person is not a citizen of Minnesota or Minneapolis. The brother that you heard speak, he was in New York last week. He doesn't live in Minneapolis or Minnesota. Just like BLM agitators who bought $1 million homes after those protests, after our city suffered from defund the police policies, right? After police departments lost officers. That's why we needed help in DC. That's why you need help in Chicago, because these department suffered after defunding the police because people like this come into democratic blue liberal cities to get fame and get money, and then they leave your city. He will leave Minneapolis. That babushka will leave Minnesota, and they will get millions from this nonprofit and go buy a nice house in a white neighborhood. But then their policies that they get in power will affect the people on the ground. This is sad, bro.
Whatever you do, that's right. We're going to shut it down.
And more of us will come outside. And we will organize general strikes, and we will bring this country to a halt.
Bring this country to a halt. Bring this. You can't make this up, bro. This is the goal. It's not about what people think. I know people sensitive, and I know when people get unalive, I know you have emotions, but we got to be steadfast. We got to be steadfast as to what's going on. She said, and this is someone who's not born in America. It is so important that the babushka, she's not someone born in America. Her grandparents, like my grandparents was in World War II. My grandfather was in World War II. Her grandfather was not in World War II. And so for her, it's different. Her relationship with America, her understanding of America, that's why I get so mad when they want to say that black Americans like me want to align with people like that. No, her grandfather wasn't in World War II. My grandfather, my grandmother would never allow me or any of us in their lineage to say anything like that. We're going to bring this country to a halt. I love this country. I love America. Like, it makes no sense what's happening, and people are ignoring the true message and the true goal of these individuals who were not born here, whose grandparents were not born here. Their grandparents were not born here, y'all. Like, come on, man. They didn't have the greatest generation. They don't understand the silent generation. We just accepting anything from these people. And I don't think we should do that anymore, man. I love this country. I'm not going to accept that from just people just saying things. Let's go to Chief of Police from Minneapolis. Let's go, Chief of Police.
Even matters at this point because there is so much outrage and concern around what is happening in the city.
Chief of Police as responding to the shooting.
What do you mean it doesn't matter at this point? You mean the situation on the ground is already, the impression is left?
People have had enough. This is the third shooting now in less than 3 weeks. The Minneapolis Police Department went the entire year last year recovering about 900 guns from the street, arresting hundreds and hundreds of violent offenders, and we didn't shoot anyone. And now this is the second American citizen that's been killed. It's the third shooting within 3 weeks. Mm-hmm. People have been speaking out, saying that this was going to happen again. And I think everyone is kind of waiting for folks on both sides to come together and just figure this thing out. This is not sustainable. This police department has only 600 police officers. We are stretched incredibly thin. This is taking an enormous toll trying to manage all of this chaos on top of having to be the...
Okay, right there. That's something I've been saying all morning. Oh, y'all didn't see that? Y'all didn't see that? Hey, yeah, let me show that again. While I show this, I'm going to research how many people are in Minneapolis. Did y'all hear that? When I gave the reports, when we had the big ball situation, in Washington, D.C., and I'm explaining to you the need and necessity for Trump to help in Washington, D.C., and why we have 15 younger. Do y'all know, remember when I told the big ball story? This all started in Washington, D.C. 2 o'clock in the morning, a young man who works for Doge, he has a nickname online by the name of Big Balls, right? Very funny, right? But he's in his 20s, right? And he's walking a young lady to her car. 2 o'clock in the morning, they're leaving the party. He notices on the corner away from her car about 15 people with all black on and hoodies. He knows something's going to happen. He rushes to get the girl in the car. He gets her in the car. They come and they attack him. It turns out they tried to beat him and take the car. He says he knew if he fell to the ground, he might not live. He's almost beat to death. The situation goes viral. 3 individuals are arrested. It was 2 15-year-old young black males and a 14-year-old young black girl. I said, why were there 20 to 30 15-year-old teenagers in the Capitol Mall at 2 a.m.? And then we did the research on the number of police to the number of citizens in DC. And what we found is that the police did not have the numbers to police the Capitol Mall. At any given time, he said 600 police officers in the city. What I explained to my audience is that you guys understand, right? All 600 don't work at the same time. Some people have to go to sleep. There's not 600 officers on patrol. Any given night, you may have 200, maybe 250. Now let's look up right now how many people live in Minneapolis. To 600 officers, 428,000, right? 428,000. And how many police officers again? He said 600. I don't think people understand what these cities are facing after what we went through. Staffing levels in the department operating with one of the lowest ratios of police officers to population among major U.S. citizens. Let me share this tab. Population, the city population was 428,000 in 2024. The metropolitan area of the Twin Cities population is nearly like 3.7 million. That's even scarier. As early as 2025, Minneapolis Police Department reported 579 sworn officers, making a slight increase, but remaining well low the 922 officers in March 2019. Now, I can say this because I've been a podcaster. I've been conservative podcaster for a minute now. So I can speak to the time that shall not be named when we were in a quarantine, right? I don't want to talk about that time because everybody doesn't like it, right? But I talked to my audience about what happened after that time that should not be named and how police departments suffered because it was not just the thing that should not be named. It was also BLM protests and BLM policies, defund the police policies. So you have to couple the time that shall not be named, where people did not pay rent, did not pay bills, and they told us to stay in the house and stay separated for 6 feet. Police department suffered. Fire department suffered. Remember, we heard about 75,000 nurses. We heard about all of these services suffered in every city. How many people knew that it was only 600 police officers in the Twin City where they got millions of people? The same thing is true in Chicago. I did the same math in Chicago. When everybody was mad about people, when Trump going to Chicago and helping Chicago, Trump going to Washington, D.C., helping D.C., Trump going to Minneapolis, it was because after this time with defund the police and we had these large losses in police departments, you have numbers like this, not only in Minneapolis, but in Chicago and D.C. How many people knew this? 600 police officers to 400,000 people. Right? The department has been operating with one of the lowest ratios of police officers to population among major U.S. cities, with reports highlighting a drop from over 800 fewer than 600. I said this, major drops. And then what else did I say that you hear here? Breaking news. What else did I say? Not only do you have to contend with these facts, but what else did Perfect Timing tell you? I said because the mayor has told the police to stand down, and because the numbers and the ratios that I'm presenting, you already lost the city because you don't have enough police officers to keep the city in control, right? You never should have told police officers to stand down. You should have been working with ICE-Walz. Now the police don't have a handle and they cannot handle it. Can you guys understand with 400,000 people? I said earlier, even if a third of the citizens are protesting, that's too many for the police. Did y'all understand? I said, even if just a third of the population, that's too many because all 600 can't work at the same time. People have to sleep. Y'all don't understand what's going on. right? Let's listen to it again. Let's listen to it again. Let me make sure y'all can see it, because let me make sure y'all can see it. Thank you to everybody watching. Police chief, and he's explaining to you the issue on the ground. What he's trying to say, but what he don't want to say is they've lost control, and we don't have enough police officers to regain control. They're gonna need the National Guard. They're gonna need Trump's help, and they're gonna fall flat on their face. Every decision that the Democratic liberal leadership has made has been a mistake, has led to this death. And before it ends, I promise you, just like with Chaz, y'all, come on, man. Who got the best podcast? Who got the best podcast, man? Who giving up the honest, real truth, man? Come on, man. How many people can just be honest about what's gonna happen? What's gonna happen is just like Chaz, because of the numbers I've presented to you. Who remembers Chaz, the BLM city, the city that was birthed out of BLM protests, where they lost control because they really didn't have enough police to police it. And then they allowed the citizens to take over this part of the city because they didn't have enough police to police it. And what had happened? They had to bring in the national eventually because someone died, just like what's happening now. 600 police are not going to be able to get Minneapolis back in the house, back in control. These are scary realities. This is not even about Renee Good and Alex Pretti. I am giving you scary realities about America because I'm an older gentleman. Y'all see the gray hair. They don't care. Y'all see the gray hair. I'm an older gentleman. I've seen this before. And I'm the only one without being partisan. I'm the only one without being partisan giving you these realities. 600 police officers, 400,000 angry individuals. And guess what? I understand why they're mad. Today, I'm not going to be a corny podcaster. I'm not going to be corny. I understand why they're mad. They are legitimately upset. This is not a good situation. No one can say, oh, they're mad. No, I get it. $19 billion in fraud stolen. People need money. Renee Good was unemployed. Renee Good was on welfare. Renee Good had just moved back to Minneapolis. They didn't have jobs. They had been moving from KC to Canada. There are a lot of people in Minneapolis who depend on welfare. I understand why the citizens there are angry. They're upset with the Democratic policies, just like with California. These Democratic mayors keep saying, I'm going to give you this. I'm going to give you the right to steal. I'm going to give you welfare. They need jobs, brother Tim Walz, brother Gavin Newsom, while you're in Davos. I know why the people in Minneapolis and Minnesota are upset. It's because the liberal policies have let them down. But y'all help me out in the chat. Misdirected anger. They trying to direct their anger at Trump. Well, Trump is not the governor of Minneapolis. I'm sorry to tell you. Trump is not the governor of Minnesota. Trump did not create the welfare policies that allowed those people to steal $19 billion while you went hungry, while your wages stayed stagnant. No, Tim Walz created those liberal policies that allow for $19 billion in fraud and gave preferential treatment. Remember what I told you here? See, a lot of people haven't talked about it because they want to focus on other stuff. Tim Walz created a policy that gave preferential treatment to the Somalian daycares and to the Somalian 501(c)(3)s. I educated you about enrollment-based funding and preferred seating that gave preference to those Somalians. So everyday Americans like Renee Good and Alex, your kid would have gotten the voucher last under Tim Walz. The vouchers went to those daycares first under Omar and Walz. So I get why you're upset. I get it. Those Democratic liberal policies are coming to bite you in the ass. All the wealth, it's happening in California. All of the oil refineries have left California. We have the highest gas. We have the highest gas taxes. California has the most unique gas in the globe. No one else has gas like California. The liberal policies in California are killing the citizens. No one can afford it. This is the truth. I can't make this up. California oil refineries, my chat educated me. The gas in California is going to skyrocket. We have the highest taxes. We have this special, unique, clean gas. That's unique to California. California is the only state with this kind of gas because of the liberal EPA, right? And climate control. We pay more money for gas, and then they just raised taxes, but they haven't raised wages. Tesla left California. There's nowhere to work that pays enough money. The houses cost too much. And now Gavin Newsom goes to Davos. You know what? No one talked about it. Gavin Newsom just passed 800 brand new laws in California. As I explained to you why Minnesotans are upset because of these Democratic leaders, Gavin Newsom just passed 800 brand new laws in California. How many conservatives, some of you are, this is the first time you're watching my channel. And I know you're surprised, you're excited, and you're happy to see someone with this intelligence telling people the truth. Because it has been a rarity, because Gavin Newsom was in a whole nother country and no one is talking about he just passed 800 new laws. How much does it cost Democrats? Any conservatives in the chat who believe in smaller government, because smaller government means less taxes and less money. We want smaller. That's what Doge is about, making government smaller. Gavin Newsom just created 800 brand new laws. Conservatives understand that 800 brand new laws means that's more money, more agencies, more departments, more buildings, more taxes that Californians don't have. Right? I get it. I get it. I know why Minnesotans are upset. 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 Let's listen to the chief.
Even if there is an investigation that ultimately proves that at the time of the shooting it was legally justified, I don't think that even matters at this point, because there is so much outrage and concern around what is happening in the city.
What do you mean it doesn't matter at this point? You mean the situation on the ground is already, the impression is left?
People have had enough. This is the third shooting now in less than 3 weeks. The Minneapolis Police Department went the entire year last year recovering about 900 guns from the street, arresting hundreds and hundreds of violent offenders, and we didn't shoot anyone. And now this is the second American citizen that's been killed. It's the third shooting within 3 weeks. Mm-hmm. People have been speaking out, saying that this was going to happen again. And I think everyone is kind of waiting for folks on both sides to come together and just figure this thing out. This is not sustainable. This police department has only 600 police officers. We are stretched incredibly thin. This is taking an enormous toll trying to manage all of this chaos on top of having to be the police department for a major city. It's too much.
600 police officers. Nobody knew. Nobody knew. Hey, Tammy, I see you, Tammy. Man, hey, I need everybody with a wrench to get to work in the chat, man. Huh? We need everybody with a wrench to please get to work in the chat, man. We got a lot of people being rude. YouTube doesn't support the people like me. You know what I'm saying? I think a lot of time, if I was like a different persuasion, I think YouTube would be more proactive. Because I know, because I can see a lot in the chat that even the people who say the mean things in the chat are surprised, right? They are surprised that they've been allowed to say some of the things that they say in the chat, because I'm busy doing my podcast. I'm surprised too. Honestly, I'm surprised that YouTube doesn't. I know YouTube has an ability to do a better job, right? I know YouTube has an ability to do a better job. It just doesn't, right? So, you know, anybody with a wrench, I need you to get on it, man. Anybody with a wrench, I need you to get on it, man. Anybody with a wrench, I need you to get on it, man. I need you to get on it, man. You know what I'm saying? Need you to get on it, man. We got thousands of comments though, so I know it's busy. I know it's busy. Let's keep going, man. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. I know y'all want to see the video. I know y'all want to see the video. Let's get into it. And I got more stuff. Tammy, so Tammy, did you see like how the whole thing worked out with the geopolitical thing? Like we talked about, you know, they don't even like when we say the name. So I've been saying Iceland. I've been saying Iceland instead of saying like, you know what I'm saying? So, but let's see, I got some more. Let's go. But how Trump worked that out, you know what I'm saying? I was just everything we said, we were ahead of the ball on everything. Like the way Davos went, Tammy, like we were ahead of the ball. Like, thank you so much about everything you pointed out. We were so correct. You were so correct. W chat. Like we were on top of this geopolitical issues from Venezuela to Iceland. And Davos just highlighted so much, right? And we're gonna get into that. Here goes another video from Minneapolis, January 24th, 2026.
You know, in our posh home in Edina. And we were watching the news and learned that there was another shooting here. And like, we were just like, I can't stand this anymore. I can't stand what's happening here. So we came out immediately. You know, we were here after a lot of the folks were getting pulled out and like, you know, tear gas and can't see out of their own eyes because they're literally blinded by the chemicals. And so I was helping people back there and I happened across this woman. I don't know where she is now, but she was having a panic attack. She was in the moment of having a panic attack. And I walked up and I gave her a huge hug and I just said to her, I said, we got this. This is when we show our resolve as a city because we're better than this. We are under attack by this administration right now, and this is not okay. It's just not. I'm a 55-year-old woman who lives in Edina, and I have to come in here and tell the world, like, we have to change this. This is not okay for our city. You know, I believe that the Twin Cities represents the best of America on a fundamental level.
Why and how so?
Because we represent this idea of embracing others from other places. I mean, there are 160 different nationalities that live in this city because, you know, there's a lot of refugee programs that are based out of this city.
Right.
We invite them in because we know that they belong here, that they're welcomed here.
And this
is about attacking the fundamental principles of our country right now. We are one country, regardless of where we come from. We're all immigrants and we're sitting on native land.
Why do white people always go to the Indian on native land claim? Because you ain't gave up no land, white people. You ain't gave shit back. I don't see no white people lining up to do reparations for 400 years of free labor for my ancestors. But every time white people want to get what white people want to get, then they bring up this Indian shit that you slaughtered the Indians. But now it's Indian land. When you want to be in the street and make up this bullshit, right? The truth, did you hear what we gotta play that again. The idiocy, a lot of times conservatives be talking about idiocracy, and the truth is we're already in idiocracy. When you watch this, when people say we're gonna result is gonna be idiocracy, no, we already there, brothers and sisters. We already there. This is idiocracy as you see it. This is a 55-year-old woman who should know better. She does not speak to the fact that the immigrants that you invited in stole $19 billion. While look at you, you don't look rich. You don't look like a billionaire. I understand why you're frustrated. You didn't get any of that billion, and I educated my audience that they preference. They gave and then you sit here as an idiot and say, yes, give preference to Somalians. Listen, we're gonna play it again. They're giving away the country, literally giving it away. You guys, how do you feel about that? We invite the immigrants, and then we learn that they create policies that help them steal. And they remain poor and powerless while you have Somalian mayors. Do you guys hear me? You have Somalian mayors, you have Somalian congresswoman, and a Somalian senator The Somalian congresswoman is worth $30 million in 12 months. But you out here in the cold, white woman. You out here in the cold, white woman. But you want to defend immigrants making $19 billion. What about you at 55? Your kids better have a house. See, this is the issue right now that I have with Americans. While she is saying this, her children you better have hundreds of thousands of life insurance paid up while you talk this eerie, weird shit.
Husband is in there somewhere. Like, we were at home, you know, in our posh home in Edina, and we were watching the news and learned that there was another shooting here. And like, we were just like, I can't stand this anymore. I can't stand what's happening here. So we came out immediately. You know, we were here after a lot of the folks were getting pulled out and, like, you know, tear gas and can't see out of their own eyes because they're literally blinded by the chemicals. And so I was helping people back there, and I happened across this woman. I don't know where she is now, but she was having a panic attack. She was in the moment of having a panic attack. And I walked up and I gave her a huge hug, and I just said to her, I said, we got this. This is when we show our...
Wait a minute. I might play that again. White women are just having panic attacks on the street for no reason. I saw a white woman having a panic attack, so I gave her a hug. But she just said to us that she was in her posh home. Why are women, white women, the most upward mobile, the most, you know, the most empowered species on the planet who live in posh home?
She is now, but she was having a panic attack.
Oh,
she
God.
was in the moment of having a panic attack. And I walked up and I gave her a huge hug, and I just said to her, I said, we got this. This
We got this in the chat. Hashtag we got this. Got him. Got him. Got him. Oh, let's keep going. Let's keep going because she is clueless. Clueless. We have 600 police officers, ma'am. You are going to be civil unrest. Do you know the purge is on the horizon in Minneapolis? 600 police? You can't, there's no protection. Why are you even out? Oh, that MAGA. Oh, that MAGA. Is anybody listening? Is she here? Does she understand she's unsafe even now? There's no police out there to protect her, and they don't have a number of police to protect. What is going on? This is the cognitive dissonance on tilt.
This is when we show our resolve as a city, because we're better than this. We are under attack by this administration right now, and this is not okay.
ICE agents are outnumbered 10-1. The 400,000 citizens on the street. What is she smoking? I can't make this up, y'all. Thank God for this channel. Thank God for this channel. 400,000 citizens, 3.5 million in the Twin Cities. We're talking about 600 officers and 2,000 ICE agents. They are outnumbered 10-1. I just played a video of ICE agents getting beat. What is she talking about? What is she talking about? Let's keep going.
It's just not. I'm a 55-year-old woman who lives in Edina, and I have to come in here and tell the world, like, we have to change this. This is not okay for our city. You know, I believe that the Twin Cities represents the best of America on a fundamental level.
Why and how so?
Because we represent this idea of embracing others from other places.
Listen.
I mean, there are 160 different nationalities that live in this city because, you know, there's a lot of refugee programs that are based out of this city. We invite them in because we know that they belong here, that they're.
So they want the fraud. They want the crime. We have a lot of programs here. Tim Walz was elected to be vice presidential candidate. Now we're understanding There's so much about the Democratic Party we all know. There's so much you don't know about American politics. You know what the greatest thing about this whole thing is that we got to uncover Minnesota politics. How many people wondered, why did Kamala pick Tim Walz? None of us had heard of Tim Walz. We didn't know much about Tim Walz. And we didn't see how Tim Walz could help her win the presidency. We didn't know what was behind. We didn't know these type of white people, these type of welfare initiatives. Barack Obama tweeted out Tim Walz. Barack Obama tweeted out Tim Walz in 2024. Kamala Harris supported that tweet. Then next, Tim Walz was picked as vice presidential candidate. What did Barack Obama tweet about Tim Walz? Barack Obama tweeted out that he loved Tim Walz's liberal socialist policies. Yeah, he was commended by the king of Wakanda, Barack Obama, your black mama, for his liberal policies. And then Kamala, the border czar, retweeted it and then chose him. So you would have had this nationwide. You would have had this, what we're listening to and watching nationwide. We want them here. We create programs that give immigrants advantages, driver's licenses, CDLs over American citizens.
Are welcomed here. This is about attacking the fundamental principles of our country right now.
She said that's the problem, because it's not about fundamental principles of you, Minneapolis and Minnesotans. It's about the Constitution. It's about the Bill of Rights that you violate with your sanctuary policies that are not based in the Constitution. So when you say these immigrant programs that you have, they are not legal. They are not constitutional. That is why you're having your issues.
We are one country, regardless of where we come from. We're all immigrants and we're sitting on native land.
That's not true. We're not all immigrants, especially me. We're not all immigrants, especially me. My people been here. See, this is the argument that makes no sense. We not all immigrants, especially me. We not all immigrants. My mama used to say, you blew here, we grew here. This is something that Southern blacks used to say who come from that 400 years. My mama used to say, you blew here, we grew here, right? Baked Biscuit said, my family been here since 1750. She claimed, you might be an immigrant. You might be an immigrant, but you may have blew here on the Mayflower. You may have came through Ellis Island, but my people was already here. We watched y'all come across on Ellis Island. We watched y'all come here on the Mayflower. Do you understand? You blew here, we grew here. Put it in the chat. You blew here, we grew here. That's what my mama used to tell me. Yeah, man. Double tap at the like button. We breaking down the ICE shooting, and I am very excited. Somebody said, why? I'm excited. This is a podcast, man. If you want to see somebody sing R&B and whisper to you, man, call your girlfriend, homie. If you want to see somebody sing R&B and whisper to you, call your girlfriend, homie. It's a high energy, high stakes podcast, man. And we talking about high stakes issues, high energy. We talking about a shooting that occurred over the weekend where a male, I worked in healthcare my whole life, man. I worked for one of the largest healthcare providers my whole life, man. Do y'all know how special it is to have a male nurse? A male nurse. And I think that because it is so special to have a male nurse, I think we need to really go after the ICE-Walz in their organization, because it's so rare that you have a male nurse, man. And I think it's sad that this guy wasn't actually doing his calling, you know what I'm saying, and tending to the people, you know what I'm saying? And instead, he was out here and dealing with this mess, man. So let's say God rest his soul, man. God rest his soul, man. You know what I'm saying? God rest his soul, man. For real, man. God rest his soul, man. Let's go to the video, everybody. Double tap, hit the like button. My brother said I voted for this. Whoa, that MAGA! Whoa, that MAGA! Man, think about what I'm explaining to you today, the numbers, right? Think about the numbers I'm explaining to you today. Why some people get upset. If it was not for Trump, this situation, when it comes time to bring this under control, Trump has the apparatus. They have already gone to New Orleans and been successful. They've already gone to Memphis and been successful. They've already gone to Charlotte and been successful. So Trump already has the apparatus in place. Remember what I told you today. 600 police. I knew, even before we played the video from the chief of police, I said, because I did the research with Chicago, I did the research with Big Balls. Let me finish my Big Ball story. I'm sorry, I didn't finish my Big Ball story. Big Balls was attacked by 3 young black teenagers. 2 of them were male, 15-year-olds. One of them was a female. One of them was a female black teenager. They were released from prison. Did you guys know that? They were released from prison. So remember the story that started this whole thing about Trump going around the nation and cleaning up the crime. It started with Big Balls and a carjacking and 3 young black teenagers trying to kill and take a car, and all 3 were released. There was a black female liberal judge, and she let them go. Why am I bringing up the fact that the 3 people who attacked Big Balls and tried to carjack them were released? Because I don't even know if I have it. I don't even know if I have it, because so much has been moved around. But the BLM agents that were arrested with Don Lemon got released. The BLM agents that got arrested with Don Lemon, and Don Lemon needs to be prosecuted. The BLM agents that got arrested with Don Lemon, I showed you, they both got arrested, and we celebrated because Pam Bondi finally prosecuting people. And then we told you about the 6 people who stepped down, and Pam Bondi, including Jacob Fry and Tim Walz, who got charges in the investigation about Pam Bondi's DOJ. But they got released. They got released. I don't even know. She got arrested, but then they got released. Both of them got released today. Both of them got released today. I don't even know if y'all know about this story. I'm going to come back to the video. We got so much to talk about, man. I'm going to come back to that.
So far. Okay, we'll come back to that.
We're going to come back to that. We're going to come back to the video on the ground. But I just want to tell y'all what's going on and what's going to end up happening in Minneapolis when Trump has to send in the National Guard to stop what started, because they don't have enough police. So Don Lemon went into a church. And I also got video today where Don Lemon was part of the organization. Remember, we was talking about Don Lemon. Don Lemon knew what was going to happen. Don Lemon knew they were going in the church. Don Lemon knew they were going in the church. No, we did not hold nobody accountable for BLM.
Moments ago. Remember that church incident on Sunday in Minneapolis? The AG Pam Bondi posted this, all right? I'm reading now. Minutes ago, at my direction, HSI and FBI agents executed an arrest in Minnesota. So far, we've arrested So far, okay, we'll come back to that. So far, we have arrested Nikema Levy-Armstrong, who allegedly played a key role in organizing the coordinated attack on City's Church in St. Paul, Minnesota. We will share more updates as they become available. Listen loud and clear. We do not tolerate attacks on places of worship, end quote. I want you to react to that, Paul. But on Monday, Trish McLaughlin was on with Dana and me. And part of her answer said, I think we will be seeing mugshots very soon. She was tipping her hand that arrests were on the way, and this is the first one that's been made.
Yeah, and look, there's going to be very, very little that they can do in defense of this because it's on film, and for once they didn't cover their faces. Now here is the thing that's going to come out of this. You have her under arrest. Now you're going to get the communications, and this is where it starts to spider web out. You start to see who was talking to who showed up in regard, including Don Lemon. How much did they all know going in? That imports things like conspiracy charges, which can be quite heavy. There's criminal civil rights charges that are implicated in the church incident.
This is also because one of the things that we found out about that was that they were targeting them because they were privileged white supremacists.
We talked about that earlier in the week. Not only did that come out in the video and that they said something like that in the church, but then after the fact, Lemon talks about exactly that, putting a racial overtone in the whole thing, which potentially could import a hate crime.
Right. So that's the severity of that problem. Well, my chat brought up the FACE Act. I'll be honest, the first time I learned about the FACE
Moments ago. Remember that church incident on Sunday?
The first time I learned about the FACE Act is from my chat. So then, so this is right here. Arrested for Minnesota church invasion last Sunday. BLM member Nakima Levy arrested and faces charges from DOJ civil rights violations. More arrests happening this morning. Totally 3 people were arrested. Remember that angry white guy who came in there yelling at people, talking about white people this and white people that? Remember that? And then today, look at this. Today, so this is Nakima, and I don't know if that's her partner, but another BLM. Remember when we played the video of her being in the polo sweater? Because she was so overweight and obese, the police had to use handcuff extenders to place her under arrest, and she couldn't even pull up her pants, right? Here are them, as a TMZ reports, being released. This is your liberal Democrats. I see people in the chat saying, hey, Deborah, I love you. Thank you, Deborah. Oh, man, the numbers is great, Deborah. I need your help with that wrench, Deborah. I've been in here getting beat up. So whatever you could do with that wrench, but I know I don't want to ask too much of you, sister. I love you. Thank you for your support. Thank you for being here. Thank you, Tammy. Thank you, Boski. Thank you, everybody. Everybody watching right now, ask a big favor. I would ask you, if you're enjoying the content, if you're learning anything, even if you're upset and you happen to be here, I ask you to do me a favor. Hit the like button. If you're so inclined, go ahead and subscribe. When you subscribe, you get a plus sign. That plus sign will allow you to join the channel. When you join, membership does have its privileges. Thank you, Tammy. You get access to special emojis. You get information first, special live stream. So follow the instructions and do respect the chat, you guys. Respect the community guidelines. Let's right now in America, we do need some love and some unity. So I ask you guys to respect the chat. We're just presenting some information from my perspective. This is my opinion, and I am protected by my opinion and the fair use. So you guys just sit back, relax, and enjoy. I do a lot of hard work to bring you this information, and it's a pretty enjoyable podcast. Remember, it is a podcast. So right now, we talking about Tammy. We talking about Deborah. Deborah, if you just came in, these are the 2 individuals who organized the church attack on Sunday with Don Lemon, and they were arrested by Pam Bondi, under instruction from Pam Bondi. But this is the result of liberal judges and liberal prosecutors, right? So a lot of people in the chat be like, you voted for this, you voted for this. So a lot of people may be like, oh, wait a minute, why are they being wreleased? This is one of those times where you can say, you voted for this, you voted for this. They are being released because liberal judges and liberal prosecutors, right? They're not going to prosecute. Remember, we talked about Becca Good and Becca Good being prosecuted, and that's why prosecutors have stepped down. Pam Bondi has gone after local prosecution. Pam Bondi has gone after local prosecution. Here on my chat, you heard it first. Here on my chat, you heard it first, where my chat even corrected me, and they said, perfect. Becca Good said, drive, baby, drive. I stopped the chat. I said, if Becca Good said, drive, baby, drive, then she could be implemented for the unaliving of Renee Good. My chat agreed. Pam Bondi's DOJ agreed. Pressure local authorities to prosecute Becca Good. They stepped down. Now we have BLM going into a church, FACE Act, a racial crime because they said these were rich white people, and now they're released. Even if there's a later prosecution, it's harder to get them to do time once they're fighting the case as free individuals. The BLM people who ran into that church, violated those people's amendment to freedom of religion, are now free. How many people knew they were free? For all the people saying, why do we watch this channel? How many people knew they were free? How many people knew that Pam Bondi did what we've been begging her to do? She made arrests, and then they're free. Then they're free.
It's a gross abuse of power, and she should immediately be released.
Didn't I just say you voted for this? Anybody mad in the chat? I don't think these Democratic leaders understand they voted. Somebody said they this is what you voted for.
Yeah, so do I want to comment on Nikema Levy Armstrong's arrest? It's a gross abuse of power, and she should immediately be released. Yeah, so do I want to...
She should be immediately released, and guess what happened? She got released. And guess what happened? She got released. Nowhere else is you getting this stuff, man. Here go Nikema again, outside the church with Don Lemon. Here go Nikema again. So Don Lemon cannot say he did not know what was happening. He was not part of the planning. We got him, y'all. Got him. Got him. Got him. Huh? Don Lemon is an organizer. Don Lemon was an organizer. Don Lemon was an organizer. BLM activist Nikema Longshore has been taken into custody by the FBI Homeland Security for a leading role in mob that stormed disputed church. This is not true anymore. She has been released, ladies and gentlemen. Huh? She has been released. Perfect Time Podcast just gave it to y'all. She has been released.
They interrupted the service with chants like these. Now, the protesters are very clear. They say they were there because a pastor at the church appears to also be a local ICE official.
So that's what was happening in the church.
John?
This morning, the Attorney General Pam Bondi is vowing that protesters at a Minnesota church will face the full force of federal law. It comes after demonstrators interrupted services at the church where an ICE official served as a pastor. Protesters could be heard chanting "Justice for Renee Good" and "ICE out." The Attorney General is now calling it the intimidation of Christians.
Now, all of this unfurling as the DOJ is vowing to press charges after protesters in St. Paul disrupted services at a church where they say an ICE official serves as a pastor.
And tensions remain high in the Twin Cities after another weekend of protests. Today, the Justice Department vowing to press charges after a group of protesters in St. Paul disrupted services at a church where they say an ICE agent serves also as a pastor.
Tensions today remain high in the Twin Cities following another weekend of protests. And today, the Justice Department is now vowing to press charges after a group of protesters in St. Paul disrupted services at a church where they say an ICE official is serving as a pastor.
Yeah, Danny, we are here just outside that church, the center of that investigation. Now, in the video from the Black Lives Matter of Minnesota, we can see those protesters going in, disrupting service and chanting "ICE out" and "Justice for Renee Good." Again, the reason for this disruption of the service is because they believe that one of the pastors at this church, David Easterwood, is also an acting field office director.
He was arrested also. That guy, agitator, he was arrested also. Double tap at the like button now. People saying they both bonded out. They both out. Both bonded out. Both bonded out. Just to give you some updates. Just to give you some updates. Just to give you some update. We're going to go to the video. We're going to, hey, Deborah. I seen Deborah and Tammy. Deborah, I see my sisters in the chat. Hey, I want to show y'all something. I was right. I was right. I want to show y'all something.
For fireworks, there were so
Hold
many
on,
signs about the fact that this kind of fraud was going on.
Hold on.
You know, we could say that there were many red flags. These weren't red flags.
Hold on. I'm trying to pause it. They don't want to pause. They don't want to pause. We gonna go back to the beginning. Let's let her talk since she don't want to talk. You know, sometimes women, you gotta let them talk. So check this out. All my sisters, all my supporters in the chat, double tap, hit the like button, man. I had said a couple things. So Stephen A. Smith, so Deborah just mentioned she giving me props for the numbers, right? My channel been doing great, a lot of views, a lot of subscribers, right? And you know what happens is other people, besides the people you think gonna watch you, right? So Stephen A. Smith is the first person I heard repeat something that I said, right? Stephen A. Smith repeated what I said about Gavin Newsom in Davos, word for word. And I was like, I was happy. I mean, I'm in the game now. Like, we here, everybody, double tap. Thank you to the chat, W chat. We here now, y'all. We here. We in the real YouTube world now. People are gonna be listening to my channel. Celebrities are gonna be listening and using the things that I say and the things that you come up with in the chat. That's why it's such a great place to become a member. Like, share, and subscribe. So here it is. When I talk to you about when Somalians, I presented you a story about Somalians and $700 million going through the Minneapolis airport. And what did I say? I said, how is that not a red flag that $700 million went through the Minneapolis airport? And I said, one of the major things that bothered me about this is that why didn't anyone say anything about the fact that this community was 80% on welfare? If you're 80% on welfare, where do you get $700 million to fly out of the country? Remember I said that? Does everybody remember when Perfect Time said that, Perfect Time podcast? Double tap hit the like button. Let's listen to this. Now, I said it in a certain way. Now, there's one thing to quote me, right? There's another thing to quote me verbatim, use the terminology and nomenclature. Because a lot of times I say, for one, what about this? And for two, I do that a lot, right? Listen to her, and she uses the nomenclature, everything, word for word, verbatim. Listen.
These weren't red flags. These were neon flashing signs. You know, we could say that there were many red flags. These weren't red flags. These were neon flashing signs. These were fireworks. There were so many signs about the fact that this kind of fraud was going on, especially when you take into consideration what was just reported about the millions of dollars being flown out of Minnesota, out of the Minneapolis airport to Somalia. Over 80% of the Somalia households receive some form of public assistance. Many of them are on welfare. So your first question is, if they're on welfare, how are they getting millions of dollars to send back to the homeland? Number one.
Let's go, MAGA! MAGA Monday, Perfect Timing podcast, MAGA Monday, let's go, baby. Woo, that MAGA, man, I seen this, I got so excited, man. I was like, man, they listening to your boy, man. It's not just all of the people on YouTube and the world of YouTube. It's like the podcast is growing, man. Man, I was so excited, man. Let's go, man.
Number two, if you say that there were many red flags, these weren't red flags. These were neon flashing signs. These were fireworks. There were so many signs about the fact that this kind of fraud was going on, especially when you take into consideration what was just reported about the millions of dollars being flown out of Minnesota, out of the Minneapolis airport to Somalia. Over 80% of the Somalia households receive some form of public assistance. Many of them are on welfare. So your first question is, if they're on welfare, how are they getting millions of dollars to send back to the homeland?
Right.
Number one. Number two, if they're on welfare, why do they need childcare? They're not working outside of the home. Why would there be this number of Somalia childcare centers? I mean, you can go step by step by step as you peel this onion, and you realize that there was layer after layer after layer.
She got both of those points from your boy. Both of those points, $700 million. And then ICE asked, are there actually that many children to account for the number of daycare? It's like, It's so common sense. It's so common sense. Number one, how do people on welfare, over 80% of them get $700 million and it's $19 billion in fraud? And then do they have as many children as the number of daycares? All of this are like, I like what she said in the beginning. Like this is what I've been saying. It's not just red flags, right? It's not just, listen.
You know, we could say that there were many red flags. These weren't red flags. These were neon flashing signs. These were fireworks. There were so many signs.
These were neon flashing signs. These were fireworks, man. Ain't this what we've been saying? This is what I love. I love this lady. I love her. I love you. You gorgeous, gorgeous woman. I love you.
About the fact that this kind of fraud was going on, especially when you take into consideration what was just reported about the millions of dollars being flown out of Minnesota, out of the Minneapolis airport to Somalia. Over 80% of the Somalia households receive some form of public assistance. Many of them are on welfare. So your first question is, if they're on welfare, how are they getting millions of dollars to send back to the homeland? Right. Number one. Number two, if they're on welfare, why do they need childcare? They're not working outside of the home. Why would there be this number of Somalia childcare centers? I mean, you can go step by step by step as you peel this onion, and you realize that there was layer after layer after layer after layer of fraud. And everybody in the state of Minnesota that was responsible for actually ensuring that this money was appropriately spent basically said, well, I don't know. It never occurred to me that there could be fraud here. You think about it and you just know that the level of corruption here is probably one of the largest frauds that has ever been perpetrated against the American taxpayer and the state taxpayer.
Do you believe that? Everybody involved. And look at the face. What a perfect place to freeze it. What a perfect place. Look at the old face. Everybody was like, oh, I don't know. I didn't know it was fraud. Somalian congressman, Somalian mayor, Somalian senator, Somalian supervisor, alderman, Somali. The Somalian congresswoman, Ilhan Omar, is the one who said we need to have this more welfare. Even though 80% of her constituents were on welfare, she expanded the welfare that led to the $250 million feeding our future fraud. Listen to this. I don't know what happened. Look at that old face.
I don't know. It never occurred to me that there could be fraud here.
I don't know what happened. It never occurred to me that there could be fraud here. I don't know what happened, right? Bullshit. I know what y'all want to see. I know what y'all came for. Double tap hit the like button. I know what y'all want to see. I got some brand new footage. This is brand new footage before the shooting. I don't know about that. Let's show this right here. Different angles. We got some different angles for us to discuss the shooting and whether or not the shooting.
Holy shit! Oh my God!
So this looked like an angle from the car. This looks like an angle from the car. We're going to take a look at some couple videos of the incident over the weekend with Alex Pretti. So double tap, everybody share, hit the like button. We're going to get into it. I know what y'all came to see. We're going to get into it right now. This is video from the car, brand new footage. You may have seen different angles. I want to show you things you may not have seen to give you different perspectives so you can fine tune your comments. Like, share, subscribe, everybody.
Whoa!
So that's Alex right there. So you see ICE agent come up. We've seen this shove. And then we see Alex right there. And then we see the pepper spray. Let's watch it, everybody. Purpose of a podcast. Double tap, hit the like button.
Whoa!
So he's trying to pick up that person who got shoved, right? He's not being cooperative. He's not similar to Renee Good. Let's start it from the beginning. Nobody is listening. Everybody is being combative. Now, remember the video we've already looked at. We've already looked at video that showed that ICE agents came to the donut shop looking for a person they had a warrant for. They didn't see him and they left. the people in the donut shop called these protesters, who then began agitating, and one of them had a gun, who then began agitating the ICE officers. Let's look at it.
Whoa!
That's Alex. And he gets back up. That's another woman. He's still fighting.
Holy shit! Oh my God!
So there's two separate situations. This is a great angle that I haven't seen yet. This is a great angle that no one has presented yet. So this is the angle from inside the vehicle. So what we see with this angle is there's actually two separate incidences, and this again is Minnesota ICE-Walz design, right? They try to divide up the agents and divide and conquer, right, to disrupt what's going on, and so that the Ecuadorian criminal can get away, right? So let's watch it again. Let's slow it down a little bit. We're gonna slow it down a little bit, and then we're gonna watch it again, right? We're gonna slow it down, and we're gonna watch it again. ICE agents come up and do the shove.
Whoa!
That's the shove. That's Alex. That's the shove. That's Alex. Now, most of you have seen this from a different angle. If you recognize this is a car, another Minnesota ICE watch with the camera and a cell phone video, this car is there to interrupt. This car is there to block the ICE operation. Do you guys understand? Let's slow it down more. Let's slow it down more. Let's slow it down more, because let's see what exactly happens. So now we got ICE agents attempting to apprehend Alex, who's trying to interfere in the apprehension of the person that was shoved down. Alex is trying to pick up the person. They say that's a woman he's trying to help. He's trying to pick her up. ICE agents now are trying to apprehend him, and he's not following instructions. He's fighting back. He's fighting back. The woman is separated from Alex. The woman now what you see, these two ICE agents from this angle, this is very difficult to see because it happens so quickly from many of the other angles that you've seen. This is two now separate incidents. You saw Alex intercede with the woman that was shoved. He attempted to pick her up off the ground. It's not his job. None of this he should be doing. He attempted to pick her up off the ground. ICE agents then separated Alex away from the woman. They're now arresting the woman, and there's a group arresting Alex. Everybody with me? Are we all together? Double tap, hit the like button. Are we all together? Hit the like. Perfect Timing Podcast with the Black. We are reviewing the ICE shooting of Alex Pretti from the car. This perspective you may not have seen. If you have, leave your comments in the comment section. We're asking the question, was the shooting justified? Let's get the banner. Let me get that banner up. Let me get that banner up. Was the shooting justified? Put a 1 in the chat if you think the shooting was justified. Put a 2 in the chat if you think the shooting was not justified. Let's go back to the video. Okay, so this is the famous shove that you've seen many a time. That's Alex, got his hand up, turns around, and he tries to help the woman up. No one is listening to the ICE agents. No one is following instructions. Here, they apprehend him, separate him from the woman. Now, do you see that ICE, Minnesota? That's not an ICE agent with that orange mask on. This is a member of Minnesota ICE Watch. You guys see that? And the Minnesota ICE Watch is trying to get the other lady up, and there's two ICE agents here. Now we have two separate situations. Another ICE agent comes over, and so now you have two separate situations created by Minnesota ICE Watch. You have officers here, two officers. He's pepper spraying this person with the orange and pink gas mask, and the woman on the ground, to get them to stop interrupting. At the same time, Alex is not cooperating with officers behind. gun. Officers then locate a gun on Alex.
Holy shit! Oh my
So we don't see the gun being removed in this video because she moves away, but the gun is removed. When the gun is removed, the officer yells gun.
Holy shit!
Purpose Summer Podcast with the blast, y'all. Purpose Summer Podcast 2026 won't last. Let's hit the like button. Brand new footage. You haven't seen this angle yet. You haven't seen this angle yet from the car. Double tap hit the like button. Let's go, everybody. Brand new footage, everybody. Brand new footage. Let's get the like button. Let's tee up this video. Let's tee up this video. Every time I push play, it jumps. I didn't want to jump too deep into ICE Minneapolis shooting until I had more details. I studied the videos and made a short clip that shows what you need to see. The person shown walking is Alex Pretti. He is walking toward ICE while armed, apparently. 3, he intervenes when ICE agents push down the pepper spray protesters. 4, it appears ICE noticed his weapons when he bent over to help the person with the orange backpack. Oh, okay, so they knew he had a gun, which is why they separated him. They threw him to the ground and started assaulting him. You can see the rest from there. I added a clip at the end showing the lady who filmed this. I muted her dialogue during the main sequence because she was screaming the F word the whole time. Purpose of my podcast with the blast, going over the Alex unaliving over the weekend. Put a 1 in the chat if you think it was justified. Put a 2 in the chat if you disagree with ICE agents. Let's go, everybody. Brand new video footage. That's Alex right there filming in the middle of the street. Now, remember, I reported to you earlier that this is trending from ICE, and Renee Good did the same thing. They blocked traffic, and then they signal who can go through traffic as somebody gave them a right to do so. So he's doing the same thing Renee Good did. He's in the street blocking traffic. I reported that. That was trained and told him to do that by the signal chat. Remember, Alex is responding to a signal chat from Minnesota ICE-Walz that said, we need backup. Some of the people are new here. Let me show the signal chat. Some of the people are new here. We showed the video, but here's the signal chat. Some of the people are new here. I showed the video. I can go back to that later. This video right here, I showed this video. Salacious B. Crumb said, backup needed at Black Forest Inn parking lot on Nicollet Ave, south of 26th Street. Multiple vehicles with many agents appear to be staging there. One confirmed ICE vehicle seen was a maroon Dodge Durango. And I showed that video. Alex was responding to this. Just so everybody knows, Alex wasn't spontaneously there. Alex is a member of Minnesota ICE Watch, and Alex was responding to that, right? I don't know if you guys knew that, right? As we get into the video of this individual's coverage, right? Alex was responding to that. Let me go back to where I was. All right, share this tab instead. So now y'all got some context for the people who just got here. Alex was responding to a signal group chat, and that's why he's in the middle of the street directing traffic. Here he is. The sound has been muted. Somebody almost hits him. Then he comes over. Then he gets in the way. Look. Now, the video I just showed you was this white car's perspective. This is another perspective. Let's slow it down because it's going kind of fast. Let's slow it down. Since we don't even have sound, let's slow it down. Here's Alex in the middle of the street, illegally blocking and directing traffic, filming the ICE agents who have a right to do their job. He legally does not have a right to even be in the street. Like Don Lemon, people are lying to you. Okay, that's the famous shove that we've seen. He comes over, and then he's already in the act of a crime by blocking this interaction with that woman. He goes down. We watched this from the video of the car. We'll go back to that video. Okay, they pull him away. So what is just being reported is that they noticed the gun. He doesn't even know it, but they noticed the gun when he went down to help the lady up. That's why they separate him from the lady, and then they go after him and the gun. And the reason you see them physically trying to subdue him is because they understand that there's a threat because he has a gun. And before they try to take the gun, they attempt to physically subdue him and to keep him from taking the gun. This is all part of training. Y'all didn't know this. So that's the woman separated. They separate him because they knew he had a gun. This is why we see the melee from the ICE officers. This is why in certain videos, when it moves so fast, I'm in slow motion right now. You're not on the scene. You're not privy of what they saw. Let's put it in full speed. Let's put it in full speed because it happened so fast. Let's put it in full speed. Alex in the middle of the street, almost gets hit by a car, comes over, grab one person, famous push, jumps in, that other person's still there. There's 3 Minnesota ICE-Walz and 3 agents. Just so people know, there's not a lot of, there's like equal. They grab him because they saw the gun. They try to pull him away from the girl. Now they try to get him down and subdue him. Why are they so active? Some of the agents don't even know what's going on. They don't even know why are these other agents so until the gun is removed and then they get. Do you guys understand what happened? I'm the first person breaking this down. They saw the gun when he bent over to help the girl. That's why they go so active. Look at this. Everybody looking and saying, why are they moving so fast? Why did they do that? Now it makes sense, doesn't it? Look at that. You see the angle of them moving fastly, and people think because there's been this negative image that's been perspective on the ICE agents, everybody thought the ICE agents were just beating him up and being mean. No one gave the ICE agents the benefit of the doubt. The reason this went so fast and they became so active is per their training. They were trying to save lives. They saw the gun here. See, everybody came over. They saw the gun, and then they knew they needed to get the gun away. The guy in the gray right here. You see that guy in the gray right here bend down? He removes the gun. And he runs away with the gun. But when he removes the gun and runs away with the gun, he yells gun. Some people have argued that after he yells gun, the gun may have went off and that may have caused the shooting. Put a 1 in the chat if you think the shooting was justified. Put a 1 in the chat if you think the shooting was justified. Put a 2 in the chat if you disagree. We are reviewing video footage from angles you may not have seen. We just watched the angle from the car. You see him come in, he's gonna come in and get the gun. Empty hand. Everybody watching? You ain't seen this video. You ain't seen this video. Double tap at the like button. Double tap at the like button. Purpose of my podcast with the blast. #1 podcast on YouTube. Breaking news, brand new footage. Is everybody able to see looking good? Everybody able to see looking good? They are tussling, trying to hold him down and get the weapon. Slow motion, everybody at home. Slow mo, you see him over here. Now we understand why there was the physical nature of this. Why he's hitting. They want to make sure he is physically subdued and does not have an ability to get to the weapon. He got the gun. Y'all see that? So this whole interaction, if you look at it in full speed, a lot of us were like, are they beating him up? It happened so quickly, but we don't have the perspective and knowledge of on the ground, right? That's why the law says that these officers have a right, and they don't have to believe to 100% that what they just have to think something is going to happen, right? This is the first time you're seeing and understanding this. We're looking at the ICE shooting from slow motion. The officer just removed the gun. Now we understand what happened. They saw the gun. They reacted quickly to make sure that no one got hurt. Here he is. This guy in the gray got the gun. Right there. Did you see his shoulder? Now people are arguing. Let's look at that again. Right there. Y'all see his shoulder? People are arguing right there because of this 9mm 6 Sawyer. His design, it's known to go off and be active, right? So people are arguing that it went off when he was running away. What do you guys see? Do you see? Can you see? Here it is, gray. You see the gun? He's moving. Watch his shoulder jump. Bam! And it's a little sound. And then he looks back. And then he looks back. He's like, oh, shit. Now, when other agents who were not privy to the fact of why everything went so quickly heard a gunshot, they immediately went to protect the officers. This video is trying to indicate that this may be the point. I saw the shoulder jerk earlier. You see it? You see it? Man, in slow motion, whole nother perspective and angle, you guys. Whole nother perspective and angle. Perfect Time Podcast. This is him interacting, what we learned, showing up as backup, right? We're going to keep going. We're going to keep going with different perspectives. I got some other perspectives. That one video, what's this right here? We're going to keep going with different perspectives. Y'all put in the chat. So this is from the beginning. That's the burgundy SUV. Excuse me. This is from the beginning. This is the burgundy SUV right here. This is the burgundy SUV from the beginning. Double tap at the like button. This is the burgundy SUV from the beginning. Everybody come on in. Double tap at the like button. We are discussing the unaliving event over the weekend. Alex Pretti. This is the burgundy SUV that was in the signal chat that he was responding to as backup. Did you hear the cuss words? Did you hear the cuss words? Did you hear the cuss words? Did you hear what he said? Don't effing touch them. Y'all with me? Y'all with me? Y'all, we watching it firsthand knowledge right now. Double tap at the like button. Double tap at the like button. Firsthand knowledge right now. Double tap at the like button. Double tap at the like button, everybody. We having a fair, equal conversation. We watching the video. Everybody double tap at the like button. We watching the video. Yeah, he escalated it. Double tap at the like button. Let's go, everybody. So right there, I'm saying, okay, so right there, when he first bends over, I see an officer try to go for the gun. Did you see that? When he first bends over, I see an officer try to go for the gun. They saw it off top. They saw he was armed off top. Off top, we saw an officer go for the gun. So now, doesn't this make more sense as we see all of this action and people moving quickly and coming over and grabbing? When I first saw this, I didn't understand what was that. So I can understand a lot of people being confused, especially if you believe that the ICE agents are the problem, right? Let me show you again. I'm gonna show. Let's watch it. We're gonna watch it in slow mo. He doesn't stop moving. They tell him to stop moving. They're trying to get him. He won't stop moving. That's the gun. Did you see the gun? Did you see his arm jump up? So we're going to watch this in slow-mo this time. We're going to watch this in slow-mo this time. Because I want you guys to see the first time Alex bends over, I see an officer go for the gun. That's the famous shove. That's the famous shove. All right. Here, he's turned around. He turns over. See him bend over? I see an officer right there. Right there. Who saw that? Who saw that? Soon as he bends over, let's cut the sound off so you can focus. This is Alex here. Soon as he bends over, that's when they see it. That's when they see it. That's when he see this guy with the black hoodie on right here. Soon as he see, that's when he sees the weapon. That's when this gets escalated. He's trying to go for the gun, right? This person just came in the view of the camera. This person with the hat, another ICE agent just blocked the camera. Now it's escalated because they know he got a weapon. This is all happening now. It just went from pepper spray, get out of here, walk down the street, to now we have to subdue him and secure the weapon and do what we can to protect the safety of the officers, the people around, and maybe him, if he listens. Look, when I first saw this, I was wondering, why were they punching? Why were they hitting? How many people were wondering what is going on right here? How many people were confused about what they were seeing? I know I was, until this morning that I got this detail where I did my research, and all of you now are here with me watching the Perfect Timing podcast. Now you understand what happened. They saw a gun when he first bent over. And that's what escalated the situation. And they started going after him. And then you saw it just envelop, unfortunately. Let's watch it again with the sound in full speed. Let's watch it again with the sound in full speed. So let me see if you guys can catch it. That's the famous push. That's the famous shove. He pushes the agent. I didn't notice that before. He did push the agent. That's what made the agent deploy the pepper spray. And then when he bends over, the agent sees the gun, and that's when they go crazy. And they realize they got to separate them. Now they're going for the gun. Now there's a fight for the gun. I don't know. You guys tell me, do you think Alex is going for the gun too? Because I think at this time, everybody realized it's like a football, right? The gun is in play. And they got the gun, and that's it. That's it. The gun is in play. I believe once Alex realized he was, everything happened so quick, adrenaline is going so fast, Alex goes to bend down to help this woman. He forgets that his gun, he's exposed. He realized they saw the gun when he bent over, and then it's a fight for the football. Then it's a fight for the football after that. Now the gun is in play, and now both Alex and the ICE agents are trying to jockey to get to the weapon. That's what I see. Y'all let me know what y'all see. That's what I see. Y'all let me know what y'all see. Let's slow it down a little bit. That was full speed. Let's go half speed. That's the first push. And there's no way for them to know these are women because they have masks on. That's the second push. He hits a federal agent. Let me show you that again because I didn't notice that the first time. Alex hits the federal agent. I didn't notice that the first time. Mic check. Okay. Put your hand down. She goes down. He's still standing. Right here is when the guy with the black hood first saw the. They separate them and they learn that there's a gun on this guy. And then that's when they go into their training. You have people trying to make sure they secure the rear because that's what a gun is. You have some people trying to make sure they give him a couple good shots to the front to disorientate him so he can't, know that he can get to the gun. ICE, look at that. Minnesota ICE-Walz still walking up. He got the gun in the gray. You saw the hand lift. Did everybody see the hand lift? Watch as he gets the gun in the gray. You hear all those damn whistles? Those weren't there earlier. When I played the earlier video, those whistles are not there. Remember, ICE-Walz called them from inside the Glam Donut shop. Okay, look, bam. Did y'all see it? Did y'all see it? I'm going to slow it down. I'm going to slow, because this is only half speed. This is only half speed. So let's watch it from here. This is my full slow-mo right here. No sound. Watch it. Gray coat going in for the gun. ICE, look at this. ICE. We need that camera footage. We need her camera footage right there. Gray coat goes in. Don't you guys realize that Gray coat was one of the last people to show up? That they understood and knew what was going on? Everyone is doing their job. They're holding down his arms and leg. Gray coat. There we go. Here we go. Bam. Did y'all see it? Did y'all see it? I believe people are speculating that's what led to the unaliving of Alex. That when the gun was removed from his waistband, the federal officer who left with the gun accidentally discharged because it's a 9mm six Sawyer that known to have these type of problems, right? So part of the training is when you see the gun and you get the gun, you yell gun, 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 gun. So officers hear, bam. Officers hear gun. Look at this person even jump out the way. Because that I believe that 9mm, that's another evidence. So some people have said the arm lifting up, right? Some people say the arm lifting up is evidence. Another piece of evidence, look at this ICE-Walz person here. In the green and red with the brown, look how they move. They jump out the way. They jump out the way because I believe that 9mm went off. Not all SIGs, right? I agree. Not all SIGs. Not all SIGs, but this they say that's a problem with this specific model. This is all speculation at this point. It hasn't been proven. This is what internet sleuths are saying at this time, that it may be that the SIG went off and the officers responded to the gun going off, and everything in the melee resulted in them acting out. Yeah, I think it will be proven. Put a 1 in the chat. Y'all think it was justified? Y'all think it was justified? Put a 1 in the chat. Y'all think it was justified?
Go.
See, do you hear that? He's telling that. Remember, I told you that white Hyundai, we have video footage from that white Hyundai. This is Alex. This is a brand new video. Other footage, Alex in the middle of the street directing traffic. This is Alex right here interrupting ICE agents. Double tap at the like button. You guys still with me? Yes, guys still with me. Perfect Timing Podcast, hit the blast. You guys still with me? Double tap at the like button. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? I need to know, can you hear me? You guys still with me? All right, now. We got brand new footage here. Huh? Brand new footage here. Or should I say a brand new angle?
Go.
That's Alex telling them to come park here. Yep. You hear that? He's getting in the way. Almost got shot.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
See, when he bends over, that's when they see the gun, bro. That's when it gets active. When he bends over, that's when they see the gun.
People, what the fuck is wrong with you?
So everybody thinks, when I first watched the video, everybody thinks that this is happening simply because he was trying to interrupt with that's not what happened. Brand new this morning. Everybody who saw this thought ICE agents are overreacting and they just did this. No. That's not what happened. They saw the gun.
Honestly.
Gun.
Oh my god! 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 The fuck did you just do? The fuck did you just do? Yes, Liz, somebody call the ambulance. Somebody call the ambulance.
You see that? It's still an ICE-Walz person trying to get over there.
Somebody call 911.
Look, somebody else is about to get hurt.
I can't believe they just did that.
You see that? Do you see this shit?
Holy shit.
Do you see this shit? There's another white woman trying to, oh my God. Yeah, like 11 shots, and then there's another white woman about to get shot. They just did a shooting. Someone, and she's still trying to attack you can't, oh my God. Y'all see that woman in the purple coat? Y'all see that woman in the purple coat? Look right here.
Yes, Liz, somebody call the ambulance.
Back up. And look, she's chasing.
Somebody needs to call
Look, do y'all see this? Do y'all see this? She could have got unalived. She could have got unalived. She could have got unalived.
ambulance. Somebody call.
He has to push her. He has to push her away.
Call 911. I can't believe they just did that. Holy shit.
Look, she continues to try to come back. This is what they dealing with. They just shot somebody, and anybody thinking that is Minnesota, that is ICE. This person is still attacking them, distraught.
Holy shit! Just come on.
Look.
Come on. Oh my God, you fucking people, man. You're fucking killing us.
Look.
Why
Look.
would you do that?
Look, he got to back her up physically. He has to back her up physically. This is not, you have to back them up. Someone just been shot. I see an ICE agent administering CPR. How is that helpful to anybody?
Oh my God, oh my God. I can't believe I'm seeing this. I can't believe I'm seeing this. Oh my God. Come on, come on, come on, come here, come on. Come here. It is.
You see that you see the act that was put on. It's like a Hollywood Broadway presentation. Did you see her lifting up her arms? Did you see her lifting up her arms and screaming and attacking those agents? Man, let's watch this from the beginning, you guys. Again, brand new video. We got different angles. I don't know how many people got these angles. I'm the only one with these angles. We had the angle from inside the car, and we got different angles now. Now this is a different angle, right? And let's get into it, man. Let's get into it. #1 podcast on YouTube. Double tap hit the like button. That's Alex right there. Now, this is so important that you understand what's going on. The ICE agents are doing their job. They're the only one have a right to be in the street and do what they're doing. This is Alex as a part of Minnesota ICE-Walz instructing ICE-Walz where to go to block the street to stop ICE agents. That's ICE back there. That's ICE back there. This white Hyundai is with Minnesota ICE-Walz, and Alex is attempting to get the Hyundai to block the street and block ICE agents.
Go.
You hear him starting the car, just like Becca Good. Someone says go, and then he says, come park right here. They're setting up. They're staging. ICE is staging. Minnesota ICE-Walz is staging. Alex is the leader like Renee Good. Alex is the point person. It makes sense. He has the gun. Alex is the point person. He is leading this whole mission. That person almost hit him.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
As he's bending over trying to help her, they notice the gun. That's when they separate him, put him down, attempt to subdue him, and remove the gun. That is what we see. Saturday, when we see this, we don't understand it. We've been given so much negative publicity, we don't know what's going on. He didn't stop moving and didn't stop resisting.
Oh my God! 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 The fuck did you just do? The fuck did you just do?
Now you see this person run over. This person runs away for safety. And then this person tries to go attack the ICE officer.
Somebody needs to call the ambulance. Somebody call 911. I can't believe they just did that. Holy shit.
Brand new footage, man. Brand new perspective, man. Brand new perspective. First time today on YouTube. First time today, Perfect Summer Podcast. Giving this perspective. Hasn't been seen yet. Hasn't been seen yet. Put a 1 in the chat. Do you think it was justified? Put a 1 in the chat. Do you think it was justified? That's what we're talking about. Do you think it was justified? Border czar. Let's go to the border czar.
The privilege. It is a right. Those rights come with restrictions. I think you would understand that more than anyone at this table. One of those restrictions is you have to have your ID and your permit on you. We don't know. Current reports are he didn't have either one of those on, at which point he's not carrying legally. But number two, even beyond that, with the right to carry a firearm comes the responsibility to do it correctly and to do it with foresight and to do it understanding the situation you're walking into and what could happen once you get there. Just about every state offers a class on that. And if you carry your firearm, you should take that class. And if
I said that, it matters the capacity. It matters the capacity. He was there.
If your state charges you for it, you should go protest for that class to be taxpayer funded because it is a right. So that's important. We can talk about policy all day long. There's only one person in this world that could have absolutely prevented Alex Pretti from getting shot that day, and it's Alex Pretti. Doesn't mean I think he should have been shot. I don't think it was necessary whatsoever to shoot Alex Pretti to save a life. But I get to watch that incident from behind Alex Pretti, not as one of the arresting officers and not as potentially the person that I believe from looking at the video did shoot him. Why does he have 10 rounds in him? Because if you have to shoot anybody once, you better shoot them enough to kill them, because if you're shooting somebody, you think they're trying to kill you. Every police officer in this country is taught that. If you want to change that, go lobby to have it changed. Why was he shot? He was shot because of the reasonableness clause, the reasonableness doctrine. The Supreme Court decided this, which is the fact that if you are a police officer conducting police work and someone has, and it's explicitly outlined, someone has resisted arrest, violently or not, disobeyed orders, and shown the means to harm you, then you have the ability to protect yourself. Now, do I think he should have been shot? No, because I see 10 things that happened before that happened that could have been handled differently. But what I don't see are the 10 minutes before that happened. You call him a protester, I call him an agitator. He showed up with a cell phone. He showed up in the middle of the street, in the middle of an operation. That's common sense. I don't care what your passions are. To carry a weapon on your person and to get in the middle of a police operation, whether you believe it or not, that is lawful, 100%. Another way it could have been prevented is if there was a police cordon from Minneapolis Police Department stopping people from, like Alex Pretti, from getting in the middle of the operation rather than holding a sign and speaking loudly and proudly from 100 feet away. That is the end of the story. There might even be a federal agent that goes to jail because some jury or a federal investigation decides he acted prematurely or shot him and shouldn't have. That I'm not arguing or disputing that because I haven't seen the investigation. But I know for a fact Alex Pretti had no business where he was in that moment. I know for a fact that he did resist arrest. And if you are carrying lawfully, the moment you resist arrest, you are now carrying unlawfully, to the point that in the state of Minnesota, your carry permit is revoked in that moment. So the point here is nobody's condemned in this other than the politicians that let it happen. And if for you, that's Donald Trump, and if for you, that's Tim Walz, as an American citizen, I'm glad both of them talked today. This doesn't ever need to happen again. Border Patrol agents need to get to the border and do their job. Minneapolis Police Department, all 600 of them, if they need to be there to help ICE surgically extract people like, what's his name, Jose Huerta Chuma, who is violent rap sheet that includes domestic assault involving intentional bodily harm. I don't care who you are in this country, but if you're willing to risk your life for that person, whatever happens to you, my sympathy goes down quite a bit. I don't want anybody to get hurt. I love people. I even love bad people. But for God's sake, have some common sense. That's your responsibility, especially if you're carrying a weapon. And that was not exercised, and I can't help that.
Come on, man. Oh, that was MAGA. Oh, that was MAGA magnificent. MAGA Monday. I like everything he said. Everything he said was truth and powerful. Truth and powerful, man. Oh, my goodness, man. As soon as you have that gun, there are certain things you have to do. And if you don't do them, like he said, you lose your legal ability to carry it. From the beginning of today's podcast, I wanted to lay a foundation that Alex was there as a member of Minnesota ICE-Walz. He responded to a signal message calling for backup, and he had a gun. He thought he was empowered to be there with a gun to back up those back up those Minnesota ICE-Walz people. He was there as the leader. He was telling them where to stage that car, and it ended badly. It ended badly. Double tap at the like button. Personal Time Podcast with the blast, man. Giving you the fire info, man. Giving you the fire info, man. I'm gonna keep going, man. Keep giving out more info. Oh, that we just watched. That was Homan to Minnesota right there. Brilliant video. Absolutely love that. Absolutely love that. The woman in pink filming the ICE shooting in Minneapolis still hasn't dropped her video. So yeah, there's still certain videos missing. There's videos missing. Yep. Jacob Fry, Tim Walz are getting massive blame. I think that's legitimate. Let's go to that. Because they deserve the blame because they're the leaders, and I believe their liberal policies have led to this. Put a one in the chat if you think Jacob Fry and Tim Walz should be to blame for the violence.
What's the reason for all these raids? Because if they were just
I agree. Let's go to it right now.
They are patriotic ICE agents. Look, I think Minneapolis and the governor and the mayor are to blame for all of this because they're doing two things that are endangering both illegal migrants and the protesters. First of all, the sanctuary city policies are what the reason for all these raids. Because if they were just the Trump administration, Tom Homan has said they want to target illegal migrants with criminal records, either charged with crimes or convicted of crimes or have deportation orders. They are not cooperating with ICE in getting rid of those people. As a result, they have to carry out these large-scale raids in order to find them. And while they're finding them, they're collateral arrests of people who don't have criminal records. Because if they find someone who's here illegally, they're going to take them and they're going to deport them. So they're causing the need for these raids to begin with by their sanctuary policies, and then the protesters are protesting in response to those raids, and they're pouring fuel on the fire by accusing ICE of doing terrible things, which means that somebody's going to get upset and bring a gun to one of these protests, and they're going to get shot. So they're endangering the protesters by with their rhetoric about ICE and by encouraging them to go out and protest. And the raids wouldn't even be necessary if they would just do their jobs and follow the law and cooperate with ICE in deporting the people with criminal records. 9 out of 10 Americans want to deport every illegal migrant with a criminal record.
9 out of 10 Americans want to deport every person with a criminal record who's not supposed to be here. I would agree with that assessment. Double tap at the like button. Personal Podcast with the blast. How many people agree with that assessment? I agree with that assessment. I'm giving you the facts here on the Personal Podcast. That's why you're here watching me, ladies and gentlemen. Like, share, subscribe with a like-minded person. We are discussing the Alex Pretti unaliving over the weekend. Put a one in the chat if you think it was justified. Put a one in the chat if you think it was justified, right? Put a one in the chat if you think it was justified. I'm giving you details that you may not have seen yet before. Let's get into it right now. More from the local government there.
We know with the Renee shooting, BCA said that they were blocked from accessing evidence. Has there been any suggestion that BCA is not allowed to do this investigation? Do you have officers on the ground doing the investigation right now?
The question was related to whether or not the BCA is on the ground currently with the investigation, and a reference to previous investigations that the BCA have attempted to be a part of. What I'll tell you right now is that we no longer have BCA agents or public safety, state patrol, or Minneapolis on the ground at that crime scene.
Is that an instruction by the federal government, or did you pull your agents out?
What I will tell you, and not to get further into the investigation, but DHS pulled out of the scene, leaving that to Minnesota State Patrol, Minneapolis. We did not have enough resources to be able to hold that ground safely, and we had to leave that scene because.
Did y'all hear that? Did y'all hear that? I reported that earlier. This is not what you guys think. This is scary. He said we did not have enough resources to hold that ground, so they had to yield to the federal government. I said how this ends is you have to apologize to Trump, and Trump brings in the National Guard because you only have 600 police officers. That's how this ends. The mistake made by Walz and Jacob Fry should be prosecuted. When Walz, the governor, and Jacob Fry, the mayor, told police to stand down. From day one, the police should have been on the ground, on the scene at every protest, getting to know the protesters. The police should know the leaders of Minnesota ICE-Walz. They should have been communicating because they're local. When the police completely pulled out, that gave a tactical advantage to the leftist, communist-funded protesters who want to bring down the American system. So now you don't even have on-the-ground knowledge of what's going on because the police pulled out. If the police would have been there from day one, and that was done to spite Trump. Jacob Fry, and then remember, I told you the Somalian mayor from the Twin Cities, they said, we've told police officers to not listen to ICE. Jacob Fry said, there's a standing policy where we tell police to not listen to ICE. So now, because of your Democratic liberal leadership, and you thought you were being fuck Trump, and you said police stand down, now you don't know what's going on in your city, and you have no way to control it, and you just had to admit on national TV, you had to give up the location to the federal authorities because you could not police it adequately. I'm going to play it again. Because I know some people may get upset and you may disagree with me, but I said when I started that was a major faux pas by Walz and Fry to tell the police to stand down. Now you have a city, I looked it up, of 400,000 citizens and 600 police. Can somebody tell me what the ratio is? 400,000. And when I read it on Google, this city has one of the lowest ratios. Does everybody look at this right now? It says the department has been operating with one of the lowest ratios of police officers to population among major U.S. cities. I'm not just saying this. This is not just conjecture. I'm backing it up with facts and numbers. This is facts and numbers. This is not me just being mad and being happy for Trump. This is not cool. I love America. I love American cities. I love Democrats and Republicans because I love America. These are the facts, bro. Staffing at the department has been operating with one of the lowest ratios of police officers to population among major U.S. cities, where reports highlighting a drop from over 800 to fewer than 600. But remember, I told you, this happened in Chicago, this happened in D.C. with big balls as a result of BLM, the defund the police policies in 2019. Let me read it to you. As of early 2025, the Minneapolis Police Department reported 579 sworn officers. When I say 600, I'm giving them officers, making a slight increase, but remaining well below the 922 officers recorded in March 2019, before Biden, before BLM, before COVID, all of that shit. And the same is true in Chicago, the same is true in New York, the same is true in DC. Police departments suffered under BLM defund the police policies. In East Oakland, where I live in Northern California, $14 million. And this is the sick part about the Democratic liberals, because you might be like, oh, that's great, perfect. They saved $14 million in Oakland. No, that's not what the Democratic Liberal City Council did. Under BLM defund the police guys, they moved $14 million from the Oakland police to Democratic enclaves to build parks and luxury shit for the rich white people who live in Oakland. Because a lot of people don't know, like Chicago has Southside Chicago where all the crime and the blacks live. But then in the other side of Chicago was very nice with $1 million homes and penthouses. Where it's the same thing in Oakland, in Berkeley, in Moraga, in Happy. There are $1 million parts of Oakland. But in deep East Oakland, after they moved $14 million from the police department, the police chief and the mayor came out crying and said, we're suffering. That was a mistake. they started having an epidemic of teenagers being murdered in Oakland. 14, 16. The police chief and the Oakland mayor came out and said, we need help. Came out and said, we need help. We need help. And everybody was sad because it was teenagers dying. It was children. And the Oakland police chief, which was a black man, he came out and said, my numbers are too low. I don't have enough numbers to police the city. He said, any given night, there's a couple 100,000 people on the street, but I only have a couple hundred officers. So what I explained on my channel years ago is, have you guys noticed after the pandemic and the quarantine how they do policing now? Police don't stop. Police can't stop and pull over cars because there's not enough police officers on duty at any given time. So imagine 600 officers in a city of 400,000. The police have to keep circulating and driving around to make citizens believe there's a presence, a police presence. But if they stop and do like old school traffic tickets, you don't never see people getting put over for brake lights anymore. When I was a kid, people get put over for brake lights. They get put over for all kind of stuff. That doesn't happen anymore. Because the police, even 911 centers, I've been told people, if you call 911, they tell you, is anybody bleeding? Is anybody hurt? If there's nobody bleeding and there's nobody hurt, we can't send the car out right now. They don't have enough police officers. 911 has changed. This is something that we should be talking about on podcasts, but we don't talk about. I talk about it when we talked about Chicago and Washington, D.C. 911 has changed. If you call 911, they will ask you, is anyone bleeding? If not, I'm going to have to take a report. And not me, man, because I got to keep this line open. I'm going to give you a number to call, and then you can file a report. I remember my wife was on the phone, and she was so surprised. She called 911 because a crime was being committed. And the 911 operator said, is anyone hurt? And my wife said, no. And the 911 operator, is anyone bleeding? And does anyone need an emergency assistance, like a ambulance? And my wife said, no. But there is a crime being committed right now. I'm watching it. The 911 operator instructed my wife, gave her a different phone number, and said, you need to file a report. I can't send out an officer. And my wife, we live in a nice neighborhood. She couldn't believe it. My wife is not black. My wife is not black. My wife is a white woman, so she couldn't believe it. It wasn't about race. It was about the fact that the police don't have the numbers, and they have a new training and a protocol that if there's no one hurt, if no one needs emergency services, and there's no one bleeding, we can't send out a car and have a car take a report from you for an hour. We don't have police like that. That day and time is over. That day and time is over. Yeah, call the non-emergency number. They told my wife, call the non-emergency number, but before, you could call 911 and the car would come out, and they would knock on your door and say, hi, ma'am, my name is Officer Smith, and you called the police about a crime, and they would take a report and they would do an investigation. They can't do that anymore with 600 officers. But you need to keep in mind, 400,000 citizens in Minneapolis, 600 officers, but how many officers are on patrol at any given time? Let's ask the AI. Let's ask the AI. Let's ask the AI, how many officers are on patrol at any given time? Huh? How many? So I'm asking the AI, who just told us about the numbers, to back up the police chief, right? The police chief said that there's about 600 officers and there's about 400,000 people, and the total available for patrol is about 380 to 500 officers. That's a high estimate. Now, why am I doubting? Actually, 284 physically able to answer 911 calls. So why is this a high estimate? Why do I say no about the 500 officers? Because American cities are broke. But let's just stay with the numbers, right? Let's give them 500 officers. I'm telling you now, they don't have 500 officers out of 600 working because no American city can afford it. Did you guys understand what I'm saying? I'm talking about police and fire is what bankrupted Detroit. Police and fire and teacher unions and pensions are what are bankrupting most American cities. They're overpaid. Their pensions are overfunded. When they retire, we have some cities, some Democratic liberal cities that when police officers retire, they can make more in retirement. And we're talking about hundreds of thousands of dollars yearly in retirement, more than they made while working as a police officer. It's bankrupting American cities. This is what you do here. This is what I do here. This is what I do here. Yeah, they got billions for some money. This is what I do here. A lot of podcasters don't break this type of stuff down. They want to show you the video because that's all they can do to keep an audience is show video and video and video. They don't have any intelligence about what's really going on the streets in America and why Trump is the greatest president. I am going to give Minneapolis 500 officers on the ground on a regular patrol with 200,000 people outside. Do you feel safe now knowing that? Can 500 out of 600, which is not believable, but I'll give it to them. If 500 on parole, not believable logistically and physically, but not believably monetarily. Do you know how much police overtime costs a city? Most cities like Chicago and DC are over budget and in debt, ding, 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 due to police budgets of overtime. Did y'all know that? I don't think you know that because that's not in Minnesota ICE-Walz. That's not in Minnesota ICE-Walz. Minnesota ICE-Walz is not going to tell you about what is really going on in America. Minnesota ICE-Walz is not going to tell you that if Americans were going to volunteer, and listen to this, this is going to break the internet. If Americans were going to volunteer in Minneapolis, they should be volunteering for the local police and sheriff. You know, PAL. You know, the football leagues, the baseball leagues. When this is over in Minneapolis, I want to see all of you white people, all of you rich white people who were out there protesting. I want to see you now contribute your time, money, and effort to the police force who is suffering under these low numbers because they could use your help. When Donald Trump has to clean this up, I want to see all the white people who were out here in the streets protesting in Minneapolis. I want to see that same effort and support for the boys in blue because they need your help. 600 officers. How about you start applying to be police officers? This is a great time for us to do a commercial and say we need more police officers. Do you know another reason why some cities have not hired more police? They can't afford it. They are in debt. Back to the debt. They should just hire. I know a lot of you out there like, just hire more police. Just hire. Do you know in Northern California, there was in Oregon, I reported on a city in Oregon that was offering $2 million for police officers with benefits. When Oakland got short, they were offering close to a new police officer in some of these cities can make $1 million first year. Cities need police so bad. How many people, put it in the chat, how many people have seen on YouTube? I'm a content creator, so I'm on YouTube all the time. How many of you have seen commercials? Because in Northern California, there were a police chief in several Northern California cities. They had advertisements on YouTube advertising, come work for the police department here. How many of you have seen that? Commercials on YouTube from police chiefs. And they're saying millions of dollars in pay and benefits to be a police officer, and they still have low numbers. They still have low numbers and the recruitment is to the point where they are on YouTube. That's how you can't say police are not actively trying to recruit. No, they are on YouTube. They're on social media, on Instagram. You can find police departments who are suffering, advertising high-paying job, high pensions on Instagram and YouTube to be a police officer, and still departments are suffering. I just wanted to share this with you. I don't know how many people are talking about it. It's not just 600 police officers in Minneapolis because they can't hire, because BLM, because defund the police. It's also budget restraints. That's why I'm giving them 500. If you guys can read this, it says 500 on patrol. 380 to 500 officers are assigned to the patrol division responsible for 911 calls. The remaining personnel work in investigation, special unit, administration. Active duty versus total sworn. Actual daily availability is further reduced from leaves of absence. For instance, in late 2023, while total sworn numbers near 585, only an estimated 284 officers were physically able to answer 911. This is absolutely ridiculous. You can't make this up. I'm so glad I read that. I'm so glad I read that. It says the actual numbers are 600, but actual daily availability is further reduced by leaves of absence. For instance, in late 2023, with a total number of 585, only 284 were available because the rest were on leave at very high pay. So American cities are paying a lot of money to police and not even getting what they're paying for. In Minneapolis, Jacob Fry told the police to stand down. It said, Bear Claw says night shift shows fewer than 100. Bear Claw, read ahead. Some people be like, straight A students. Shout out to the straight A students and the extra credit. Shout out to the people who read ahead in class so they could be intelligent about the commentary. Estimated night shift based on 24/7 rotations, dividing active patrol staff across 3 shifts. There are typically fewer than 100 officers on patrol across the entire city on any given night. I don't even feel safe telling this information. I love America. I love police so much. I am uncomfortable. These numbers are so low. I am uncomfortable sharing these numbers. Knowing what I know about the Somali and Venezuelan crime networks in Minnesota. I am uncomfortable sharing these numbers because I love police. And I know police officers in my family, black women. So you fear for their lives, brothers and sisters. You want them to come home every night. You know how difficult a job it is to be a sheriff, to be a police officer. You fear for their lives every day. You pray and thank God that they make it home alive every day. Every day. How would you feel as a wife or a son or a daughter of a police officer knowing those numbers and knowing that math? My prayers right now, let's say a prayer. Forget everything that we talked about today. This supersedes everything. Right now, I want to say a prayer for the police officers in Minneapolis, for their wives and their children, and I want to pray a covering over you and even the mayor, Jacob Fry, because even though Mayor Jacob Fry made a mistake, even though the mayor, Jacob Fry, made a horrible mistake telling the police to stand down because now they don't have any tactical advantage, you basically gave the tactical advantage to your opposition when you did that. It shouldn't have been about Trump from the beginning. But be that as it may, I want to pray for you and your families, and I want to say thank you for the job you do. Even in the chat, people were saying they would never be a police officer. So I just want to pray for those officers. Imagine 100 officers on the street and you got hundreds of thousands of people outside. Remember when I said to you, because I know a lot of people listen to me and say, I don't believe him. Why is he saying those things? I said to you, police have a new style of policing. They can't stop. They have to keep driving so the citizens believe that there's an appearance. They just need to make the appearance Do you understand? I know it sounds bad. I know it sounds bad. But when you have 100 police officers and hundreds of thousands of people, that's all it is, ladies and gentlemen. It's just the appearance. It's the illusion that you have protection. We don't really have protection. Right? It's the illusion. Oh, I saw black and white about 20 minutes ago. They just drive around to make people think that there are police or there are enough police to handle anything, but they're not. There are not enough police officers. Look, where was I at? That made me go on this tangent. I was somewhere and the guy just admitted that he had to give up the ground. The reason we went down this rabbit hole is because Minnesota Democratic leadership are admitting now we've been talking about this.
Did not have enough resources to be able to hold that ground safely, and we had to leave that scene. Because of the number of people that were available and the safety of those in the public and the safety of our teams. We were in Minneapolis on the ground at that crime scene. To whether or not the BCA is on the ground currently with the investigation, and a reference to previous investigations that the BCA have attempted to be a part of. What I'll tell you right now is that we no longer have BCA agents or public safety, state patrol, or Minneapolis on the ground at that crime scene. Is that an instruction by the federal government, or did you pull your agents out? What I will tell you, and not to get further into the investigation, but DHS pulled out of the scene, leaving that to Minnesota State Patrol, Minneapolis. We did not have enough resources to be able to hold that ground safely, and we had to leave that scene.
So wait, I want to pause it. It's not working.
People that were
I
available.
want to pause it. It's not working. Hold on. We're going to pause it. We're going to break that down.
Of our teams. We were able
I want
to
to say
get there,
thank you, God, too, for helping me with my
we're not able to hold that scene to do
helping me with my anger. I used to have a lot of anger issues doing the podcast when the YouTube and the internet would not work properly, but the internet is working really hard, so I'm not mad at the internet, right? But it's supposed to pause, it won't pause. But sometimes I have a lot of windows open, and I want to thank God for helping me with my anger. One of the things I wanted to go back to, let me see, let me
public knows.
One of the things I want to go back to
the event that says enough
is
leave that scene because of the number of people that were available and the safety of those in the public and the safety of our teams.
So one of the things I want to go back to everybody is the fact that he said, the protest today is saying they want ICE to leave, right? Can you guys hear me? They want ICE to leave. The protest is ICE out. We're going to listen to this again, but I want you to hear the chain of events time stamps, right? He said DHS, which is the federal department, gave the scene to the local authorities. The local authorities could not police the scene and abandon it. Did you guys? It's like Joe Biden. This is why Trump got 80% of the vote, because the Democrats are so piss poor with management and leadership, they fucking abandon their responsibilities. Not just fucking make mistakes, they fucking abandon their responsibilities. So DHS, what you are chanting for, ICE out, DHS left, gave the scene to the locals. The locals couldn't handle it because of what I've reported to you today, that they don't have enough staff. So the locals had to abandon, leaving citizens in danger. And then the federal came back in to secure the site. Let's listen again. I don't know if you hear it. That's what I heard. DHS left the scene. Gave it to locals. Locals couldn't handle it. And then the locals abandoned the scene, putting citizens in danger, and the feds had to come back in. Listen.
The question was related to whether or not the BCA is on the ground currently with the investigation, and a reference to previous investigations that the BCA have attempted to be a part of. What I'll tell you right now is that we no longer have BCA agents or public safety, state patrol, or Minneapolis on the ground at that crime scene.
None. Why do we not have agents there? Is that the federal government, or did you pull your agents out? Listen to this chain of events that he's going to say. DHS gave it to us. We lost control.
What I will tell you, and not to get further into the investigation, but DHS pulled out of the scene, leaving that to Minnesota State Patrol, Minneapolis. We did not have an.
Did y'all hear that? That's what y'all chanting. ICE out, ICE out. DHS left. DHS left. Listen to it.
Pulled out of the scene, leaving that to Minnesota State Patrol, Minneapolis. We did not have enough resources to be able to hold that ground safely, and we had to leave that scene.
We had to abandon. We did not have enough resources to maintain that scene safely, so we had to abandon. Huh? We had that's what he just said. We had to abandon the site, and then the feds had to take it over because they couldn't do it on their own.
Because of the number of people, that were available, and the safety of those in the public, and the safety of our teams. We were able to get there, but at that time we were not able to hold that scene to do a crime scene investigation. I can't talk anymore about.
We were not able to hold that scene. How else do you interpret that? That's why we went into the deep dive about the numbers. And shout out to my brother who did the extra credit. Shout out to I got the W chat. Put a W in the chat. One of the members of the chat read ahead and said that fewer than 100 officers are on patrol across an entire city at any given time. So I am the first person to back up. The police chief said we are in trouble. I played a video today. The police chief said we are in trouble in Minneapolis because it's gotten out of hand and we only have 600 police officers. And I said, wow, I remember reporting this about DC and Chicago when Trump went there to help them because they're down police officers, right? They are down from 900 police officers. Do you guys know that? They're down from 900 in the pandemic. They used to have 900. They're down. Is 900 enough? I don't think so, but they're down from 900, and now they're around 300. And at any given night, only 100 police officers on the street, but we got thousands of protesters. Thousands of protesters. And he just admitted, just so y'all can, I just need to back up what I'm saying. Oh, what is he talking about? Thousands of protesters, so the local police don't have the numbers to handle the protesters. I'm just supporting my argument. The local police don't have the numbers to handle the protesters. And I'm supporting that with numbers, you guys. That's not just me just saying it as a YouTuber. I just gave you the numbers. I even said to you, I don't even feel comfortable. I'm not proud. I'm not happy that I just get this breaking news and scoop because I love police officers, but I got to put out the truth. Only 100 officers at night in a city of 400,000. I need Americans to know what you're getting in your democratic cities. Because in a democratic city, now think about it. Everybody listening should say, well, wait a minute. If they had billions of dollars to give to Somalian fraud, why didn't they just put that money into the local police? They could have stopped the fraud. They could have made Americans more safer. You need more money for the police, obviously, right? Why was billions spent on welfare and Somalian fraud when you only have 100 police at night? If I live in Minneapolis, if I live in Minnesota, I'm upset. I'm saying, why didn't that money go to police? Why is it only 100 people working at night? And if you're here from Minnesota and Minneapolis and you did not know that, like, you should be calling your alderman, your supervisor, like, bro, we only got 100 cops at night. It's 100 kids playing basketball at the park right now. What can 100 police officers do? This is one neighborhood. We only got 100 cops at night. How can it only be 100 cops? It's 400,000 people. Instead of spending the money, then you got to think about, okay, Tim Walz, instead of creating welfare programs, you should have been creating funding for the police. Now you understand what Republicans, because the Democrats love to say, oh, you voted for Trump. Oh, you voted for Trump. You got, no, motherfucker. You voted for fucking Tim Walz, motherfucker. You got what you voted for, motherfucker. You fucking voted for Tim Walz, and 19 billion, 700 million went out of your airports. 19 billion in Somali, the central bank of Somalia has 1,000 portals in your city for money to leave out, but you don't have enough money to pay overtime to police to make sure that your kids are safe. Please stop saying that stupid shit about you voted for Trump. We know what we voted for. We're getting what we voted for. But the sick part is you don't know what the fuck you voted for, and you surprised when the fuck it shows up at your fucking front door in the form of $19 billion in fraud, in the form of only 100 police officers. You gotta say to yourself, wait a fucking minute. Wait a fucking minute. I don't like him. I don't agree with him. But 100 police officers? You can say, I don't like him. I don't agree with him. 100 police officers? Huh? Huh? Yeah. Yeah. Let's talk about it, America. Yeah. All that bullshit. He had to give up the scene. He had to give up the scene. I'm going to play it again. Let's look at Tim Walz. This is so funny right here. This is what Biden did to Kamala. Tim Walz, why didn't you answer this question? Tim Walz, why didn't you answer the question? Watch Tim Walz slither. Watch Tim Walz slither and not answer the question and let this guy answer the question. With Tim Walz needs to be the one who answers the fact that you only got 100 cops at night and you couldn't hold. Because you want people, Tim Walz has said, we want ICE to leave. We want the federal government to leave. I am saying to you today, this is the first time you heard it. If the federal government leaves, we got to purge. There's a fucking purge in Minneapolis. We can't let the federal government leave. We beyond that now. We need the National Guard. And this is not, and when the liberals and the Democrats start fucking crying, please, I need more people to subscribe and like and support me so we can educate them. This ain't the fucking time for your fucking lib tears, bro. There are not enough police to get the 400,000 people back in the house. They are upset. They are hurt. How do we calm this down? You saw Katrina. You saw Chaz. You saw Portland. You saw Oregon and BLM. There's no way to calm this down now, you guys. We've been here before in America. We have been here before in America. I'm going to play it again. The local police have lost control. The only way this ends is the National Guard rolls down the block and everybody goes in the house. If the National Guard does not roll down the block, then we're going to lose Minneapolis to a Chaz type of situation. Does everybody remember Chaz? And you guys need to know this. The algorithm does not like when I say Chaz. When I bring up Chaz, when I bring up BLM, when I bring up the fact that we saw this all before, and that was a Trump administration, when I bring up the fact that we saw this all before, and that was a Trump administration, and these are the same bad actors. Do y'all remember they would not allow Trump to bring in the National Guard? But they could not control the situation because they did not have enough police. Do you guys remember? Isn't it scary? We had a 43-day shutdown, the last 35-day shutdown. The longest shutdown in American history was in the last Trump administration. The second longest shutdown was in the second administration. We had an American city go unpoliced. That was in the first Trump administration. They are trying to do it again. We saw this movie. We saw this movie. I'm going to play it again.
Public knows, and this needs to be the event that says enough. Go ahead. No, I'm up front.
We know with the Renee Good shooting, BCA said that they were blocked from accessing evidence. Has there been any suggestion that BCA is not allowed to do this investigation? Do you have officers on the ground doing the investigation right now?
The question was related to whether or not the BCA is on the ground currently with the investigation, and a reference to previous investigations that the BCA have attempted to be a part of. What I'll tell you right now is that we no longer have BCA agents or public safety, state patrol, or Minneapolis on the ground at that crime scene.
Is that an instruction by the federal government, or did you pull your agents out?
What I will tell you, and not to get further into the investigation, but DHS pulled out of the scene, leaving that to Minnesota State Patrol, Minneapolis. We did not have enough resources to be able to hold that ground safely. and we had to leave that scene.
That's scary, bro. Just the fact that he's so honest about we did not have enough resources to hold that ground safely. Like everybody just focusing on the wrong thing today. I know you're upset. I know you're upset. You're focusing on the wrong thing. Y'all don't know. I talked about these pamphlets. I talked about these ICE agents. Everybody focus on the wrong thing today, man. We need to be solution-based. On my podcast, I'm a man, you know, shout out to Candace Owens. And as a man, I'm proudly solution-based. You know what I'm saying? Oh, wow. I didn't even know this. They just said, remember we just said National Guard? Hold on. So I just got a report. National Guard is in Minneapolis. Did y'all know that? National Guard is being reported in Minneapolis. Did y'all know that? Let's go to the story. Breaking, National Guard is now stationed at all entrances to the scene of the Border Patrol shooting scene in Minneapolis. I'm sure it's just for show, though, as Walz will just have them retreat when riders demand they do so. So no one else is giving reporting like I'm doing, y'all. No one else is giving you these reports, man. I think people just want to benefit from your anger, man, and do like clickbait and rage bait instead of give you information. I just told you the National Guard is going to be needed. Now, why this guy is saying like it's a joke, ha, 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 the National Guard is there, but we know why, huh? We know why the National Guard is there. The National Guard is there because the local police could not keep this scene safe, and they just admitted it. So anybody trolling is not paying attention. Anybody trolling is not paying attention because that didn't come from the Democrat. That came from Mayor Tim Walz administration. Mayor Tim Walz in an interview just said they had to give up this location because they could not safely keep it. Troll all you want. I'm just giving facts. Man, who got the best podcast, you guys? Ain't that funny? Didn't I say, I said until the National Guard, till those trucks roll down the street, that's when everybody will go home. Remember, I just said that, and what do we have? It's like, y'all might think I'm making this shit up. Is he faking? He already saw this. No, I'm not making it up. I never saw this. I just logically knew it was going to happen, as what happened with Chaz. When you give me numbers like 100 at night, and there's only one thing that can happen to get people to go home. The National Guard has to drive down the street. I've been living in America for a long time. And what do you see? National Guard, and what everybody went home. That's it. So National Guard on the scene had to take it over because of the reporting that we've done today. National Guard on the scene had to take it over because the reporting that we did today, I said it, that's the only way people going to go in the house. People react differently to them soldiers. They're going to play around with the police and play around with the agents. You see them soldiers with them fully automatics, and you act differently. Renee Good attempting to run over for officer is less straight. Don't try to run over officer. I showed that video already. What is this? Unhinged racist leftist who lives in California says people need to start shooting. Oh my God, I'm not playing that, man. Brandon White, an employee at USP Illinois, he posted multiple videos. Yeah, they out here acting up, man. They want violence. I'm not posting none of that shit about liberals and their call for violence. So we're not doing that. We're not doing that. We played the video from the police chief. Y'all want to look at? I might play that again. The video from the police chief, and the police chief saying that he can't hold his ground. The police chief saying he can't hold his ground. The latest ICE shootings of armed agitated minister was totally 100% justified. He is seen reaching for his holster here. We seen this. Y'all check. Let's check this out. We did see some of this information right here. We did see this. Check this out. Y'all see that? First shot. The first shot. And you see the recoil? Did you see the recoil on the 9? Did you guys see the side assembly to the rear in this? Do y'all see the recoil? #1 podcast, breaking news. I'm just showing y'all all the footage, man. I'm showing y'all all the footage. Remember what I reported today, that the internet sleuths, y'all look at it. One shot and then the remaining shot. Look at the recoil. You see the recoil? You see the recoil? You see the recoil? Nah, man, it's a 9mm Sig Sauer. That particular model has an issue. This is the video. This is the video of the Alex Pretti unaliving of when the federal ICE agent removed the weapon, yelled gun, and ran away from the scene. What's being argued and alleged, which hasn't been proven yet, is that potentially what may have happened is that when the federal agent grabbed the gun and left, it went off here. You see that? And that triggered the shooting. That's what I'm showing you here today. That the ICE agent shooting was justified based on this information. Some people want to say that the ICE agent shooting is justified based on this information and the fact that he was there with ICE-Walz. What I've been asking everybody in the chat today is just go ahead and put a 1 in the chat if you think the shooting was justified. Put a 2 in the chat if you think the shooting wasn't justified. Right? Put a 1 in the chat if you think the shooting was justified. Put a 2 in the chat if you think the shooting wasn't justified. What we're showing here is the fact that he had a gun, right? He had a gun. The gun was removed by ICE agents, and it's being argued that when the gun was removed, because of the type of gun it was, it may have gone off. It may have gone off. Right? It may have gone off. So put a 1 in the chat if you think it was justified. Put a 2 in the chat if you think it was not justified. Let's do this. Let's do this. Do you agree with this account? Because this hasn't been proven. Do we agree with this account that it is plausible that the 9mm accidentally went off and caused the other officers to react? Do you think that's plausible? Do you guys think it's plausible? Do you believe with the account that we saw here today that the ICE agent saw the gun when he bent over and that's what caused the melee? How many people agree with that? There's a lot to discuss. There's a lot to discuss that I put out today. What I put out today is that the ICE agent saw the gun when he bent over and that's what began the melee. Right? Do you agree with that? Let's go to this. Y'all let me know in the chat, man. Fair use. Y'all let me know in the chat. Double tap at the like button, man.
The deadly shooting involving a federal agent. Federal officials say shot Pretti out of a fear for his life and the safety of other officers nearby. The statements have been disputed by Minnesota leaders. Let's get right to NBC4's Annette Ariola, who's live in the newsroom this morning to explain what comes next in the investigation.
Michelle, good morning to you. Well, a federal judge has now issued a court order for the Trump administration to preserve all evidence connected to the investigation. This shooting happened Saturday morning. In this cell phone video here, you see the moments leading up to the shooting when Alex Pretti is being taken down to the ground. Agents surrounding him and striking blows until the moment when the first shot is fired, immediately followed by several more. The Department of Homeland Security is saying Pretti approached Border Patrol officers armed with a semi-automatic handgun and violently resisted attempts to disarm him. Minneapolis Police Chief said Pretti was a lawful gun owner with a permit to legally carry a gun. Now, the agents, according to DHS, were conducting a targeted operation. Minutes after the shooting, protesters gathered in the streets of Minneapolis, chanting and demonstrating while officers deployed tear gas on the crowd. Minnesota Governor Tim Walz spoke yesterday, calling on the White House to put an end to the mounting tensions in his state and calling for ICE to get out.
Donald Trump, I call on you once again. Remove this force from Minnesota. They are sowing chaos and
Now, in the same press conference, he stepped away and let his leaders say that they could not control the scene without the federal government, and now they got National Guard on the scene. This is what you voted for. When you're always saying what you voted for, this clown, get ICE and the federal government out of Minneapolis, and it's going to collapse because you told your police to stand down. And when DHS gave you the scene, you had to leave for safety.
violence. We've seen deadly violence from federal agents again and again and again.
Meanwhile, Vice President J.D. Vance posted this message on X saying, quote, "This level of engineered chaos is unique to Minneapolis. It is the direct consequence of far-left agitators working with local authorities." We've also heard that DHS will be holding a press conference at 11 a.m. our time. Stay with NBC4 for the latest updates. Michelle, we'll send it back to you.
Double tap, hit the like button, man. We doing it. We getting it done. We doing it well. Y'all want to see this again? Some people in the chat, y'all ain't got to get mad at me. I told you these is bifocals. I want me some rose lenses, man. I told you these is bifocals, man. I can't see either. You talking to me like I can see the video better than you can see the video. We both old fogies. You don't see how big these lenses is? You don't see how big these in the chat, mad because you can't see. I can't see either. Make it big. You probably watching me on the cell phone. Did you hit the like? Did you double tap the cell phone, nigga? Shit. I can't see either. Act like I'm a young whippersnapper. I can't see. I want you to be able to see. That's why I show it several times. Guns don't go off on their own. Some people don't know. They're not gun people. I don't know if you're trolling or playing stupid, but guns go off on their own all the time, which is why you got to put guns. Is that a real comment? Because I think I want to just block you. What's up, Roger? I think I just want to block you because I don't think that's a real comment. Guns don't go off on their own. What y'all think, chat? Give me a 1 if we should block 6 Leroux because he said guns don't go off on their own. I think that's just a dangerous comment. Some things could be dangerously dumb, right? Who thinks that's a real comment? Should we block him? Put a 1 in the chat if we should block him. Because I think that's a dangerously dumb comment because that's why you take gun safety. That's why you lock up guns, right? Right? Yeah, all right. The SIG, there you go. The SIG block. I say block too. BJ, how you been? I ain't seen you all day. I love you, BJ. BJ, you was gonna give you detention. BJ said, give that person detention. You know what I'm saying? For that person's question, I don't think that was a serious question because why would we lock up guns? And you know what someone said earlier that was a great comment? And I'm sorry. I'm very busy. Why was the gun loaded? Because again, about gun safety, right? About gun safety and about how you keep a gun. Why did he have 2 extra clips? W chat. Can I get a W chat for my chat being? And I just want to tell you, that person who said that, I saw your comment and I love you. I know some people think I don't love you because I be busy, right? I saw all your comments and I love you. Some of the comments, sometimes they hurt my feelings, you guys. So I got to try to ignore them, but I saw your comment and I love you. And the comment said, why was the gun loaded? Why was it one in the chamber? And why was there 2 clips? And the person was asking from a logical standpoint for everybody who was trolling in the chat at that moment, like, just logically to put into the debate. If you don't understand what happened, can you just factor this in? And I just want to tell you, I thank you and I love you for adding that in. He didn't say what side he came down on. The person in the comment section didn't say this or that, justified or not. He just wanted to reiterate to everyone in the conversation, the person's gun was loaded. If you've ever taken a gun class, you know that was wrong. The person had a loaded 9mm, this type of 9mm, and he had 2 extra clips. Now, the SIG P320 does. Guess which one he had? Let me highlight that comment. Right? Let's go to the AI. I had the AI. Let's go to AI and let's talk about the SIG. What is it? Is it P320? Going off. Do that gun go off? I'm asking the AI so we get some verification. What was that? It was a SIG P320. I got the AI doing the work right now. Uncommanded discharges of the Sig Sauer P320 remain a major legal and technical debate. While Sig Sauer maintains the firearm cannot fire without a trigger pull, critics in multiple lawsuits propose several mechanical theories for why it may go off on its own. Minimal trigger travel. One expert theory suggests the P320's internal safety can be disengaged with as little as 0.075 inches of trigger movement, about the width of a nickel. This makes it vulnerable if foreign objects or a wrapped holster apply even slight pressure. Now, you saw what happened when he removed the gun. Now that we're reading these details on the best podcast on YouTube, now that we're reading these details on the best podcast, can you see it? I know you can't see it because you can see me. I look good. I am looking good. How y'all like this? One of my favorite shirts, man. I seen Sharp. Shout out to Sharp. Sharp shit. I seen Sharp. One of the YouTubers, he used to be on No Jumper. He had on like a black and white one of these. And I'm like, this came from, I shop at Saks and I shop at Neiman's. So y'all, you can't get this. I don't know if you can see the brand. This is one of my favorite brands right here. Hold on, let me see if you can see the brand. But Sharp had one of these on. I'm like, man, I'm about to sport my shit, man. So that's why I had my shit on. So and then okay, so you saw how he took the gun, and now we're learning it doesn't take much pressure. He took the gun and ran with the gun. From what I'm reading, it's perfectly plausible that he may have accidentally put enough pressure on this particular model of Sig Sauer. A lot of things could have caused it to go off, knowing that this is one of the mechanical issues with the gun. Huh? Tolerance stacking. Critics suggest that if multiple internal parts like sears and strikers are manufactured at the extreme ends of the allowed size ranges, they may not interact correctly. This stacking could lead to a weak sear engagement that may fail when the gun is jostled. Man, I'm not making this up, you guys. I'm reading this from the AI. I'm reading this from the AI. Huh? It was his responsibility to tell ICE he had a loaded gun. I agree, BJ. I agree. And now that we learn the type of gun and the mechanical issues that are known to be plagued with this gun, right? So this gun can go off it with just a minimal pressure, and this gun could go off if jostled. Right? Game. This is what I've said earlier. The reason they jumped him like that, and I didn't know that when I first saw the video this weekend. That's why I did my research. I didn't go live on Saturday. I didn't go live on Sunday. I've been doing my research so I could present. Y'all, a lot of people have said and gave me compliments today because we've done such a good job. I want to say thank you and I love you. I worked hard to present my information today, and I did research to present a good podcast and not just to be a grifter on YouTube. So, game, I've been saying this all day today. I said they saw the gun, and that's why they jumped him. Now, when I first saw this on Saturday, I didn't know that. Because I've been listening just like you. I'm like, man, is ICE getting frustrated? Because it's a hard job, bro. Thank you, Liberty Bell. Is ICE getting frustrated because it's a hard job? Because I didn't know what to believe when I first saw the video. That's why I didn't go live on Saturday and Sunday. I did my research. Come to find out, game, you are correct. What you are new here, so you haven't seen us go over the video, but I've showed video from about 7 different perspectives, right? And when he bent over, they saw the gun. So there was 2 people being shoved, right? He was there as the leader. He was telling the women what to do, where to park. The women got shoved. He had a gun. He got 2 extra clips. He's responding to someone saying, get over to Glam Donuts. We need backup. We need backup. The ICE agents are on Signal group chat. You know what Signal is? You may know what Discord is. You probably a good guy. You probably don't use, you might be on Snapchat though with the freaks. You got like a good thumbnail. You probably be on Snapchat with the freaks, you know. You know, that's how you cheat. For everybody who got, yeah, he said, I'll be on Snapchat. So on Snapchat, you can make a text and then it disappears so you can't get caught by your girlfriend. So the white people, Pete Hegseth was on Signal. Remember Pete Heggie Baby, Department of War. I love Pete Heggie Baby. I love Pete Hegseth. Shout out to Pete Hegseth. They were on the Signal chats. So Minnesota ICE-Walz was on the Signal chat and they sent out a group text that said, we need backup. Alex showed up as backup. We have video of Alex blocking the street just like Renee Good. We have video of Alex directing traffic just like Renee Good. Alex is seen on video and verbally heard telling these women to move the car to block ICE agents. Then Alex, who has a gun, a loaded Sig Sauer P320 with 2 extra clips, interjects himself. If I have a gun, I'm not, just think about what I'm saying. He has a gun. He's responded to a call for backup, and he interjects himself in between a federal officer and an antecedent. Brothers and sisters, that's enough. Everything after that is all gravy. So then we saw the woman get pushed down. Alex bends over with the gun in his hip holster. When he bends over, the ICE agents see the gun like, holy shit, he got a fucking gun. And they jump him. Now, when I saw the video on Saturday, I'm like, why did they jump him? Why did they jump him? When I look at it doing my research, when I slowed it down, we watched it in slow motion, game. The woman gets pushed down in the ice. He's there as a leader. He's there as backup. He goes to pick her up off of the ground. I think he was so excited. I think he was so much adrenaline rushing after being pepper sprayed, seeing the woman pushed down. He's a nurse. Someone just put in the chat, he's a nurse. He goes to pick her up. He's not, he forgot he got a gun. He forgot he's part of Minnesota ICE-Walz. He goes to pick her up. The federal agents see the gun. As soon as they see the gun, the situation goes crazy. They jump him. And the whole objective is to subdue him. Because when I watched the video on Saturday, I'm like, why are they punching him? Why are they punching him? After my research, they're punching him. They're trying to physically subdue him. Why do we always assume police are bad guys when we see a police hitting somebody? Do you know police are trained to subdue somebody? I'm going to be honest, I'm black. When I saw the police punching him and kicking him, I was kind of like, what's going on? I'm so glad I did not jump to conclusions. I'm so glad I'm not a liberal. I'm so glad I don't have these libtard tears. I did my research. The facts support the officers. Every time we see an officer hit somebody, we assume police brutality, police brutality, police brutality, police brutality. They were purposely hitting him. Do you guys understand? They were purposely physically hitting him to physically subdue him per their training. Now, at first, when you see it, when you hear about BLM, when you think about George Floyd, you think police bad man, police hit somebody, bad police officer, not understanding that when they saw the gun, they've been trained to now physically subdue him through punching and kicking so that he cannot physically get to the gun. Shout out to you, game. Shout out to you. Man, hey, I know people hate when I bring up race, but I think it's fucking stupid because race is a fucking factor. I'm not a Democrat, I'm a Republican, but when people get on their panties in a bunch about race, I kind of ignore it because it's dangerous that you think we can ignore race. No, we can't fucking ignore race. It's fucking real. It's fucking America. Right? It's fucking real. I have fucking trauma. I have fucking issues. Fuck that shit. When I saw them hitting him, it triggered me. I said I understand why Minnesotans are upset. I'm not some cornball. I'm not some robot for the right. I'm Republican, I'm conservative, but I'm not a fucking cornball. And yes, when I saw them punching and kicking him without doing my research, it triggered me. Fuck, man. We human, man. We are fucking human, man. We are fucking human. So I did my research. Come to find out, after slowing down the video, they were justified. They physically were subduing him to stop him from getting to the gun. They didn't know if it was a legal gun. They don't know what's going on. So they physically subdued him, punched him and kicked him to stop him physically per their training. Imagine if they just went for the gun. No, we don't just go for the gun, punch him in the head, try to discombobulate him. There are guys trying to punch him in the head. Purposely, they're punching him in the head and in the stomach, purposely, to discombobulate him, to disorientate him, so that my fellow officer can get the gun. I'm not at an angle where I can get the gun. I'm not at the angle where I can get the gun. So I'm going to physically subdue him. My goal is to knock him the fuck out. I'm going to try to knock him the fuck out. That way, he's not a threat. We can get the gun. So when we see people punching Alex, they are literally trying to beat him up on purpose so they can knock him out, disorientate him to get the gun and not be like cowboys. If you a cowboy and you just jump for the gun, someone could get hurt. So the training is subdue him. Where resisting arrest is a death sentence, the training is subdue him. What else do I got for us today, man? The training is subdue him. This is the gun. These are the extra clips. Sig Sauer P392. This is what he had on his body. Everybody want to say he's just an innocent person. He's a nurse. This is what he had on his body. This don't look like an innocent person in the nurse, and he was responding to backup. That's what he had. That's what he had. If you a cop, what would you do, brothers and sisters? See it? You see the slide? Now, this is improving. This is improving. This is just. Now, this is a video I played at the beginning of the podcast. I was very proud. This video, people haven't seen. This is the perspective from in that car. Remember, I said Alex was telling the white Hyundai to pull forward. The people in the car are part of Minnesota ICE-Walz being directed by Alex. Right then. So when he went down to pick her up, game, this is when I alleged that they first understood that he had a gun, and that's when they separated him from the woman and put him down on the ground to get the gun. Right here, right? You see that? He doesn't realize. Everybody at home doesn't realize. Everybody at home thinks the ICE agents are being mean. The ICE agents are bad people. They don't realize what's going on. He bent over to help the woman up. And why do you see a bunch of ICE agents grab him, like 5? Like, they overreact. What could trigger them to do that? Y'all got to see this. I'm going to slow it down. This is the angle from inside of the Hyundai that is a Minnesota ICE-Walz. Inside the Hyundai, very proud to show this angle because a lot of people don't have this angle. We're going to bring down the sound. Look, look, look. Look, they notice. They notice. Everybody jumps on him now because they realize he has a gun. I don't think anybody even with him knew he had a gun. They separate. There's 2 different situations. Now, you see this? That's a Minnesota ICE-Walz. So now you have 2 agents over here with the woman on the ground. Because remember, there were 3 ICE-Walz plus Alex. So you have 2 separate arrests. The woman on the ground, and you have the other agents attempting to subdue Alex because they know he has a gun. This guy in the gray is the guy who comes over to get the gun. Right here, right now, they know he got a gun. That's when the situation turns into what it turns into. That's when it turns into what it turns into. Right there. That's what it was. They jumped him because they saw the gun. Armed Alex Pretti gets shot by feds after bringing a gun to a protest and resisting federal agents. Immediately belly blinks. Unarmed 5'2" Ashley Babbitt, veteran, no weapon, not even close to reaching the officer. 10 foot away, gets X point blank. Oh, he gonna talk about the gun, the slide. Let's look at this.
Let's see. That's 3 in a row. Let me take this, put some input into the slide somewhere. Will it go off again? Will it release? Let's see.
Wow. He didn't push the trigger.
3 in a row.
He didn't push the trigger.
Take the screw out. Number 4. Let's try it again. As you, let me show you. Fully functioning striker safety. All right. Should we do it with the magazine again? Let's put the magazine back in, and then we'll try the last one with the magazine out. Handy dandy trigger input tool. We are going to try to, dang, sorry about that. I'm trying to get over a sinus thing and a cough. We're going to try to simulate all right, here we go. Again, we are roughly, as we saw on the tabletop, I'm guessing we're roughly a millimeter to less than a millimeter of engagement on that trigger. And let's see if we can get it to go off again. That was 4.
Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. Did you guys see that? Holy fucking shit. Steve, what we're discussing right now, what this video is showing when the ICE officer took the gun. Gabe said, I hope we don't get murdered over politics. Shout out to you, brother. Shout out to you, brother. What we're showing is the fact that the gun may have gone off when the ICE agent grabbed it. That's what we're showing. May have. And these are internet sleuths showing.
Put some input into the slide somewhere.
These are internet sleuths showing you the plausibility. These are not for facts or verbatim. These are internet sleuths showing you the plausibility of what may have occurred and how likely it is for this gun. And I've showed you lawsuits. I showed you claim from the manufacturer, right? I showed you lawsuits and claim from the manufacturer about this gun. Now, here it is in real time.
Will it go off again? Will it release? Let's see.
He never touched the trigger.
That's 3 in a row.
He never touched the trigger.
Let me take the screw out.
He's proven that the gun will fire if agitated or jostled.
Number 4. Let's try it again. As you, let me show you. Fully functioning striker safety. All right. Should we do it with the magazine again? Let's put the magazine back in, and then we'll try the last one with the magazine out. Handy dandy trigger input tool. We are going to try to, dang, sorry about that. I'm trying to get over a sinus thing and a cough. We're going to try to simulate all right, here we go. Again, we are roughly, as we saw on the tabletop, I'm guessing we're roughly a millimeter to less than a millimeter of engagement on that trigger. And let's see if we can get it to go off again.
Unbelievable. 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 This is why a lot of people think guns are unsafe. That you didn't even have to pull the trigger. Oh my God. But still, a CCW expires when you commit a crime. I played that video, brother. I played that video, brother. I played that video. Christy Norm said it. Tom Homan said it. Everybody has echoed that this morning. I played that video 3 times, brother. You are absolutely right. I played that video 3 times. It expires on the spot. It expires on the spot. Excellent job, brother. Excellent job. Excellent job. Played that video earlier. Played that video earlier. Where I'm going to go to? Where I'm going to go to?
also, frankly, where we see the most assault of our law enforcement officers. I mean, our plan is very simple. If you assault a federal law enforcement officer, we're going to do everything that we can to put you in prison. It's very simple. And most of these protesters, as much as I may disagree with their politics, most of them have been peaceful, but a lot of them have not been peaceful. And if you go and storm a church, if you go and assault a federal law enforcement officer, we're going to try very hard. We're going to use every resource of the federal government to put you in prison. Respect people's rights. Respect people's rights to worship. Respect people's rights to do their job without being assaulted. If you follow that basic principle, the Trump administration is going to do everything that we can to protect your rights. But if you go after somebody, if you assault somebody, if you make a 9-year-old girl cry because you walked into her church and harassed her, we're going to go after you with every single tool that we have. Right now, we're focused on Minneapolis because that's where we have the highest concentration of people who have violated our immigration laws. And that's also, frankly, where we see the most assault of our law enforcement officers. I mean, our plan is very simple. If you assault a federal law enforcement officer, we're going to do everything that we can to put you in prison. It's very simple. And most of these protesters, as much as I may disagree with their politics, most of them have been peaceful, but a lot of them have not been peaceful. And if you go and storm a church, if you go and assault a federal law enforcement officer, we're going to try very hard. We're going to use every resource of the federal government to put you in prison. Respect people's rights. Respect people's rights to worship. Respect people's rights to do their job without being assaulted. If you follow that basic principle, the Trump administration is going to do everything that we can to protect your rights. But if you go after somebody, if you assault somebody, if you make a 9-year-old girl cry because you walked into her church and harassed her, we're going to go after you with every single tool that we have. Right now, we're focused on Minneapolis because that's where we have the highest concentration.
Shout out to JD Vance, man. Shout out to Mr. Vance, man. Shout out to Mr. JD Vance, man. Shout out to Mr. Vance, man. Thank you for that, man. We needed that message, man. We needed that message, man. Zerani the Morani. Zerani the Morani Mondani. Zerani the Morani Mondani.
Honestly. What did you just do?
You see him go for the ankle. He didn't know where the gun was. This is a fight for their life. They don't know. This is a fight for their life. Now he got the gun. You see it right here? Right here, right now. Why is he still fighting? Got the gun. Damn, got the gun. Got the gun. First shot. No, none of the officers are. Do you see that? First shot. They're still tussling. I don't even think they know the gun is gone. I don't even think they know the gun is gone at this point. I don't even think they know the gun is gone. Second shot. Second shot. He's still trying to get up. First shot, I believe, what we're alleging, the first shot came from the Sig Sauer. No one had their gun out. This first shot came from the Sig Sauer. They're still tussling. I don't even think the cops knew that he had the gun out. At this point, you get the 11 shots because they don't know what just happened. You get the 11 shots because they don't know what just happened. They don't know who fired the gun. They don't know if Alex just shot at them. That's why you get the 11 shots. They don't know what just happened. They heard a gunshot, and they have been trained to shoot until there's no more threat. They have been trained to shoot until there's no more threat. I don't believe they even knew the gun was taken away. I don't even believe they knew the gun was taken away. I don't even think they knew the gun was taken away.
Have you ever seen anything like that?
No. And the way the financial disclosure forms are.
Turning the heat up on Ilhan Omar. They want to know how she got all that money.
What your response is to the Oversight Committee launching an investigation into your net worth, you and your husband's net worth. They're claiming that it's risen rapidly. What's your response to what they're saying?
House Oversight Committee Chairman James Comer. All right, Mr. Comer, you were in banking before politics, right? So she suddenly in 1 year, after being worth a few $1,000s, is now worth $30 million. Have you ever seen anything like that?
No. And the way the financial disclosure forms are, there's a big variation. But here's what we know. She went from zero to anywhere between $6 and $30 million in a year. Now, why is that relevant? First of all, I don't know many people that go from 0 to 30 without having a legitimate business. Her husband is in some type of finance business, but we don't know what it is. It doesn't appear to be private equity, doesn't appear to be venture capital. So we just have questions. What exactly is the business that you're involved in? It was kind of like the same questions we asked Hunter Biden that he never could answer. But then, you know, she won't answer any questions. The ethics committee is supposed to investigate members. We're not supposed to investigate individual members, but this business is in her husband's name. So we can investigate her husband, and we are going to do that because we're, as you know, in the middle of this Minnesota welfare fraud. And there's been a lot of accusations about a circle of influential Somali Americans that are benefiting from these financial scams in Minnesota. Her name is on the list. Now, she's going to get due process. I don't know if she's guilty, but what I know is she went from 0 to anywhere between $6 and $30 million in a year. And she won't even answer a simple question like you saw there. What did you do?
I mean, it looks very suspicious when you have millions of the Somali cash just flying all over Minneapolis with no scrutiny whatsoever. Wasn't there also a vineyard involved here? The husband's involved in the wine business.
Yeah. You know, there's a thing called money laundering where people have businesses and they deposit, lots of cash. Again, I'm not accusing them of any wrongdoing, but she should answer a simple question. If any member of Congress is asked what business their family's involved in, I've never seen one fail to answer it. That's not a hard question. My husband has a private equity firm and he's done exceptionally well in the last 12 months. She won't answer that question. And everybody in America suspects foul play here.
Right.
And again, we're going to find out. It's not going to be hard to figure out what business he's in and where the money came from. So that's going to be a central part of our entire Minnesota fraud investigation, because she is the leader in Congress, in the district, in the congressional district where the overwhelming majority of the welfare fraud is taking place. Her name, as well as the Attorney General Keith Ellison's name, have been mentioned as people of interest. I'll put it like that, Jesse. So we're gonna follow through on this, and I think she's gonna have some difficult questions to answer.
All right. Well, if Omar starts painting and selling those pieces of art, then I think we're on to something. Congressman, good to see you. Thank you so much. Massive fraud bust on the West Coast.
Fraud bust.
Straight ahead.
Fair use. Y'all heard it here first. Ilhan Omar, no longer conjecture. No longer just red pill media. Nope. Official investigation. $30 million fraud. Official investigation in Ilhan Omar. What else did I have? I want to show y'all real quick. Some more Don Lemon. Let's get some more Don Lemon. I mean, because Don Lemon is just a gift that keeps giving. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Don Lemon is the gift that keeps giving, man. How many agree with that? You know, Don Lemon is the gift that keeps giving, man. Right? So let's get to some more of this Don Lemon stuff. I gotta get out of here. I was supposed to make Salisbury steak, and I didn't even take out the meat. This is let's go.
Director of the field office for ICE in St. Paul. So someone who claims to worship God, teaching people in this church about God, is out there overseeing ICE agents. Think about.
So this is Nakima. This is Nakima, BLM leader, self-proclaimed Marxist communist in the church with Don Lemon, interrupting service, violating the FACE Act. My chat told me today they posted bond. Nakima and her obese lover, who is so overweight the police had to use extenders to put her in cuffs, have both posted bond. TMZ reported earlier, fair use. They are free. This woman who broke the FACE Act, Don Lemon, is under investigation. I believe Don Lemon is going to be arrested, but they have bonded out. And now here's footage of them in the church. How can she not say she's a journalist? Don Lemon, she got a microphone in her hand. Will she not say she's just doing journalism? Don Lemon, because there's no fucking, like, it's like being a chef, right? It's like being a chef, right? If you a journalist, you a journalist. If you a chef, you a chef. So Don Lemon says, I'm being a journalist. Isn't she being a journalist?
What we've experienced, the murder of Renee Good at the hands of ICE, a Venezuelan national shot by ICE, a 6-month-old baby who almost died as a result of ICE unleashing military-grade weapons on our community. How dare you claim to be a pastor of God and you are involved in evil in our community?
Do you think Jesus would be understanding?
We're about worship.
These folks.
We're about spreading the love of Jesus.
But did you try to talk to them?
No, church had gathered for worship, which we do every Sunday, and we were interrupted by this group of protesters.
Oh, yeah.
We asked them to leave, and they obviously have not left.
So she was arrested, and she has posted bond. 3 people were arrested. That crazy white dude who came in there yelling at people, he's white, and he's telling white people, why are you not helping your Somali brothers? Y'all remember him? He had.
Mr. Wood is a pastor here. He is also the director.
He had the Biggie Small shirt on. He got arrested also. Right? What old boy said?
You're doing this.
This is Operation Pull Up, more of a clandestine operation. We show up somewhere that is a key location. They don't expect us to come there, and then we disrupt business as usual. So
you hear that? Did y'all hear that? These are Marxist tactics. You got Don Lemon outside of the church with her, and Don Lemon had full knowledge that they were showing up here. Don Lemon is trying to absolve himself from any blame. But here it is. We got reports outside. Don Lemon knew that they were showing up to do this.
Y'all, they just did an Operation Pull Up on Black Lives Matter. They got Nakima Levy Armstrong. Y'all remember her?
Tell us why you're doing this.
this is Operation Pull Up, more of a clandestine operation. We show up somewhere that is a key location. They don't expect us to come there, and then we disrupt business as usual. So that's what we're about to go do right now.
That's footage of Nakima explaining the whole operation to Don Lemon before they even entered the church. Operation Pull Up. Now, Pam B stated that at her direction, HSI headquarters and FBI executed the arrest in Minneapolis, and she left with this warning. Listen loud and clear. We do not tolerate attacks on places of worship. Don Lemon might be next. And I don't know if y'all seen this footage, but Don Lemon basically said that he don't really care about traumatizing them kids, that their message is more important.
Look, hugging his kid. And, you know, I imagine it's uncomfortable and traumatic for the people here. But again, careful. It's very slippery right here. Yeah. It's uncomfortable and traumatic for the people here, but that's what really, careful, please. Really slippery. Not kidding. That's what protesting is about. And so.
Wow. Don Lemon didn't even care about the kids, man. Don Lemon is FDK all day. Can I get hashtag FDK in the chat? Don Lemon is FDK all day. Don Lemon didn't care about them kids. Wow. Y'all believe this? Y'all, Don Lemon, should Don Lemon?
Y'all, they just did an operation pull up on Black Lives Matter.
Should Don Lemon be prosecuted? This is Jacob Fry saying that she should be released, and she was released. So all three of these people were arrested. He was arrested, she was arrested, and she was arrested. So far, these two have bonded out. According to my chat, I reported on TMZ that they both have been released. Both of the black women have been released. The white boy, I ain't got no reports on him. So I don't know if McGruff right here with the Biggie Small shirt on, he was quoting Black Panther. Who was he quoting, y'all? I forget. He quoted one of the Black Panthers, man, with that Biggie Small shirt on. These two both were arrested, and they both have bonded out. Pam Bondi says she's gonna prosecute. We're gonna see what the liberals in the localities. Here it is. Breaking Biden judge orders release of Minnesota church protesters Nikema Armstrong and Chauncey Allen. Right? They got released. I want to see if I got the story. So they both got released by a Biden judge. What is this? Mayor Jacob Fry. Here she go again. Meet the leader of BLM, Nikema. I wonder who paid her bond. Two activists arrested in connection with the church where leader local immigration and customs enforcement officers serves as pastor were released from custody on Friday afternoon. All right, y'all. It's 5:04. My baby gonna be pulling up on me. Kids gonna be pulling up on me. Thank you guys. I'll see you guys tomorrow between 12 and 1. Great show today. Where's Kamala? Kamala said, don't come. Trump said, I'm gonna come. Kamala said, don't come. Trump said, I'm gonna come. So double tap, hit the like button, man. Subscribe and support. Thank you guys for watching. I'll see you tomorrow between 12 and 1. Y'all have a good night. God bless America. God bless you all.